Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen. I am your wonderful, beautiful, amazing host of the show, Helmsman. And this is my lovely, tiny, belligerent co-host, Roza.
I feel like I'm bigger than usual, but further down.
I did not move you. That's you. You moved you.
Here, I can fix this. That should be better.
Sure. I mean, you're about right with the canonical height right there. Oi. Let me see here.
That's good.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Rose is quiet. Of course she's quiet. God dang it. Let me do this real quick. I got a couple of things that I could try to fix that. Let me do this. There we go. Then I'm gonna turn you up in the Discord. See if that helps. Wait, how do I do that? I don't know how to turn you up on a call in the Discord.
So you're gonna right click on my profile.
Okay.
And then
No, you don't see it either.
Okay, and then no, I see it. When I right click on you, it shows it. So if you right click on my profile, like in the call.
Yeah.
You should see user volume, like right above mute.
I do not. Maybe it's because you called me?
No, that shouldn't have anything to do with it. Like, okay, when I say like the profile on the call, I mean like, you know, like the screen that shows like it shows you, shows me, and then it shows like the third screen, like the screen that you're screen sharing.
Okay, let me try that.
Where it shows all of our little boxes. Yeah, click on my little box. And it should say user volume.
Wait.
She's good. She might just have been quiet. Oh, they say that they hear me fine now.
Oh.
Yeah, it might have just been me being a little quiet, or like turned away.
Every time,
from the
man,
mic.
Every time. Well, anyway, I think we're all okay here. So
the vocal ranges of Roza.
we are on episode 3 of this fledgling little podcast of mine on this tiny little insignificant but wonderful channel, the WTF podcast. Hopefully that'll change in the future, but for now, it is what it is. And I'm happy to have what I have. I happen to have all ye few but amazingly wonderful viewers of this channel. So we missed last week. Sorry about that. Roza was sick, and I was too damn exhausted to do this thing solo. So we took a break, and we're back now. Hopefully that doesn't become a common occurrence, but it will happen from time to time, which is okay. But we got a lot to talk about today. We've got 2 weeks worth of stuff to cover. I have gone through the last 2 weeks, and I filtered through and dropped about half of it, but we got a lot to cover. So, having said that, let's talk about our weeks real quick, and then we'll get into the news. Roza, what are you up to?
Yes.
What have you been up to?
I have been sick. That's what I've been up to. I've been up to being sick. Between not last Saturday, but the previous Saturday. And now, fuck, let me think. We did week planning. We played some AFK Arena. Wait, am I looking at the right week?
No, it's AFK Journey.
Yeah, sorry, AFK Journey. God,
yeah, not Arena.
We played AFK Journey. All right, we got very into AFK Journey. Chat. Chat. I still need to do. Oh my god, chat. It's fucking. It's. I have like 2 hours. I have less than 2 hours until the fucking the daily like goal. Chat. I need to pull one more fucking Lenya, dude. I need to pull one more cup. Can you pull up a fucking Can you pull up what Lenya looks like for chat?
Sure.
Anyone who doesn't know needs to know. Needs to know.
AFK journey. Lenya. Lenya, AFK journal wiki. There's already a wiki for this game. Let's see here. Why won't it show me
images.
an image?
Just go to Google Images. Just go to Images. Go to Images on Google.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Go
gonna
back. Go back.
do.
Go to Images.
There you are. There you are. Here, let me
Chat, she
set
is.
this up so chat could actually see it.
Chat, she is. Chat.
There she is.
Chat. I'm not a furry, but you know the rest.
I'm 80%
Anyway.
of the way done with the conversion, chat. I've almost fully gotten her. I gotta get her over the muzzle stigma.
I can't do muzzles, chat. I can't do muzzles. But look at that cute little snoot. Look at that cute little snoot
Dude,
and those fuzzy ears. All right.
You could do snoots, but not muzzles.
She's so fluffy. Look at those fucking chat. Look at those fucking speed bags she's got on her fucking chest. God damn. Whoo!
Any other?
Chat. I don't think you're gonna find a picture of her. Turn around. I know because I looked.
You've already seen it. I'm not gonna go to the R34 sites.
No. There's like a few. It has like a handful of arts of hers. Like only one really like good one. But chat. If you're an artist, please, draw in.
Do the not Lord's work.
Please. Do the work of the Lord of Flies.
Rosa's desk-coon has been bearing the brunt of the Lenya horniness coming from Rosa these last couple weeks.
Yeah, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, man. But if you get max dupes for her, you get a cute little hat. And chat, I'm so close. I need one.
Yeah.
Chat, I need one, chat.
The hat is like a chibi. It's like a chibi version of her that just sits on your main character's head. It's fucking adorable.
Like she sits on her. She sits on your head like on her belly, dude. It's
like a cat. She's kind of perched up there like an actual cat.
She's perfect. She's perfect.
Got
In my head canon.
Play the game. Honestly,
dude.
There's
Play the game.
There's not a lot of R34 of her, so honestly, the best way, like you just see her animations in the game,
dude.
Like,
yeah, her animations in game is so fucking hot.
She does the standing splits, and like her cheeks are just out. They are just
phenomenal
in the wind. Like
her boobies jiggle.
Yeah.
She's just straight up hourglass.
And
like,
she's got this cute British accent. It's like a southern drawl British accent. I don't know what it is, but it's hot.
Yeah. it gives Latina vibes, but she's not Latina at all.
No, she is gato.
God, she's very powerful, but she needs to shave. No.
Embrace the floof.
I am prepared to you know, like how in some porn they'll like draw like pubes in like the chick's like mouth after like every scene. Chat, I'm ready. I'm ready to be covered in fuzz.
Can't afford to get into a free-to-play game? Damn, Blue, you must be really strapped.
Damn, that's rough. No, he's just like me for real. That's what it is. The other super hot character in the game is Atalanta. Yeah, that one's actually Latina.
Yeah, she's straight up Latina. Here, Atalanta. There she is, but that's just a portrait. Oh, thank you, Lazy Fight King.
Yippee!
Antandra is best girl. It's I don't know why it won't give me. That's I can find her headshot. That's her headshot, but I'm always scared to scroll down on these kinds of searches.
There's Antandra.
Oh yeah, there's also the witch as well.
Yes, this is pretty good.
Gosh,
Just
why
ignoring
does it do
Tanja.
that?
Sorry, bud.
I don't know why, but the notifications it does the normal notification, and like 20 seconds later, it just plays the sound. I don't know why. That's so bizarre. I need to like look into that. It's so bizarre.
That is very
But
weird.
anyway, yeah.
Chat, waifus galore, dude.
Holy
fuck,
and not just
dude.
that, it has like a really like, it actually like it's like the standout among the most recent pack of, gotcha phone kind of trash. It definitely like rises above like the rest. It's got like it's got a really nice art style, really good music.
Yep.
It's got I don't know how to explain it. It's actually pretty dang generous with pulls.
Yep. The gameplay is nothing like, like super like ridiculous, right?
Yeah, it's phone
like
friendly.
Super simple gameplay, right? It's very much it's phone friendly stuff. It's all like it's very, very simple, right? It's not something you're gonna find in like Genshin or Zenless or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And obviously like while it is anime style, it's not quite the same. But it is like a very unique art style that honestly stands out, in my opinion, more than even the stuff in like Zenless.
Yeah, Zenless, honestly, it's not really the art style so much as like the design and the animation quality in Zenless.
Yeah,
is
Zenless design and animation is crazy.
Yeah,
But as far as like
the animation is like so like detailed and frantic, but you can follow. It's really well done. But
but the art style is really, really solid. On that, but yeah, I've been doing that. I've been playing lots of that throughout the last couple weeks. I tried to finish Ghost Recon, and then I got fucking sick of the ending because the ending sucks. Basically, at the end of Ghost Recon Future Soldier, it's a like running and gunning segment in a fucking cover shooter where you die in like 3 shots.
That has in a game that has a heavy emphasis on a stealth mechanic. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, and on like basically like not really moving while shooting, like it makes no fucking sense. It just pissed me off, and I was like, fuck, I'm done. I was really EP, so I just gave up. I've been playing lots more Warhammer. That's been fucking fun. We had a session with the J. Actually, 1 or 2. Yeah, we've had 1 session with the J. Since the last one of these. We have 1 more session with the J, where we introduced Asta as a temporary NPC. We also had a session of the D&D campaign where they basically did the same session from last time again, but this time they won. They used the Fates cards to basically create a new scenario for themselves, where things just kind of worked out in their favor.
3 minutes, by the way.
Okay. Besides that, I tried to play Deadpool. Deadpool didn't want to fucking, it kept freezing. So we swapped and we played Lollipop Chainsaw, which was a lot of fun. We finished it in one playthrough. It was a little buggy, so I couldn't get any of the good endings because it kept fucking me over. But, it was still loads of fun. I had never played it before, and I had a fucking blast. And all that's left to mention is that I played some more Divinity with Trim yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. I'm honestly really, really enjoying playing that with Trim. I'm doing a playstyle I've never played before, and Trim is just very much like jack of all trades, just doing a bunch of different things, and it's really fun because Trim also likes to save scum and try to get things make things work the best way possible.
I'm the same way with those kinds of games.
And so it's really fun, just kind of constantly we're going through the game real slowly. But we are getting through it, and I'm having a blast.
Nice.
That's been my weeks.
And you you almost rubbed your eye out, literally.
I almost rubbed my eye out. Yeah, I literally Chat, did you know that if you rub your eye too hard, right? If you rub your eyes too aggressively, you can make them inflate like a fucking balloon, like a yellow balloon, and they'll just droop out out of your fucking eyelid, over the lip of your eyelid. Yeah, don't do that. It's bad. My stomach's upset and I need to pee. But yeah, that's basically my week.
Cool. Very cool.
While you yap about your week, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Go for it. My big news of I guess last 2 weeks is that I closed on my house. that's my biggest piece of news. After, gosh, I put it on the market back in early June, and I just closed on it like a week ago. Was it actually? Yeah, it was literally a week ago when I closed, and the money showed up in my account this last Monday. And it's like, man, dude, would you sell a house for like a massive ROI, and then you like wake up in the morning on a Monday and you log into your bank account and you see that money just kind of plopped in there? It's very satisfying. It's very satisfying. Oh man. Yes, you did miss the furry part of the weekly roundup, NDA, unfortunately. So with that, I am the hard part's over. Selling a house is much more difficult than buying one. And so now I have basically the money I made on that house as a down payment, and the market is actually in a downturn right now. So I'm kind of taking my time. I'm kind of in a groove here in my parents' spare bedroom, just kind of streaming and doing my IRL job and stuff like that. We get along totally fine. So I'm not like in a super big hurry. And the more I kind of wait, the more the market goes down and the more bang for my buck, So that's really good. It's been such a big source of stress for me too. So like having that stress relieved it's been so nice. Are people buying houses in this economy? Oh, people are always buying houses. People always need places to live. People are always moving around because of job or this or that reason. There's always people. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Snake. Appreciate that. I should probably sell right now. Honestly, yes. Because the market is in a downturn right now. It's kind of like correcting itself. I honestly wish I could have like sold it like literally just like if I had sold it like literally like 4 to 6 months earlier, I probably could have gotten like another 50K in profits. Like no joke. But I still ended up with like a lot. So because I bought it at the very, very bottom of 2012. Isn't it funny, by the way, how when Roza talks about her week, it's like gaming and getting sick because she's in her 20s. And when I talk about my week, it's about buying and selling homes because I'm in my 40s. Oh, man. So, corporations are looking to give snap up rent. Well, one of the interesting things about the whole like BlackRock buying up houses and stuff like that is like one of the reasons that prices are going down right now is because companies like BlackRock are shedding their individual home assets. So like they're and because they're BlackRock, they can like sell at like less than market, like normal market, which is pulling the prices down essentially, which is great for buyers, not so great for sellers. So it's actually, yeah, it is double the age criminal. Also, welcome back. I feel like the BlackRock and housing bubble will burst in coming years. Well, it's kind of bursting now. Kind of. I'm going to most likely wait another 5 years before buying a house, though I may buy some land if I can find it for cheap and then build something from scratch. Well, here's the thing. You should always be passively looking for opportunities. Like, have an idea of where you want to go, and then just, like, every weekend, just, like, spend an hour or two just kind of looking around the area and seeing what's out there. And you'll start noticing trends weekend over weekend, month over month. You know what I mean? And it's like, don't, like, say, like, in 5 years, I'm good, that's when I'm going to do it. Or in 3 years, that's when I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, do it when the time is right. You know? Getting out while they don't take a bad loss. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go down this get too much into the weeds on the real estate market. But basically, like, now's a good time to sell. Prices are still high. You're not going to have an easy time now, though, because the buying season's over. You're probably better to wait until next spring to list anything. because that's when like families and people like that. Because the biggest group of people that have homes are families, right? Because those are the groups of people that need houses or like single family homes, and they buy in the summertime because that's when their kids aren't in school and they want to move without uprooting their kids in the middle of the school year. So they always move like right after the school year's over, so that so that's like the buying season. But anyway, I'm not going to dwell on this too much. Besides that, let's see. I finished Yakuza 4. I also played Lollipop Chainsaw, but I'm not a psycho like you, Rosa, and it took me 2 streams to do it. And that was it was such a like nice throwback to like old school like games that had like jank, but the right kind of jank, like the jank that gives it like character. It's like very much like this strange grindhousey kind of. I don't know if you're muted, Rosa.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, you're here. And then
I got distracted by a notification on my phone.
Oh.
I have a weird phenomenon that I've observed recently, and I think this might be part of why the foot fetishes are on the incline.
Uh-oh.
Should I get into it?
Yeah, that's correct, India. Neither of us got the good ending. You have to save 100% of like the people and like the students in distress or whatever. And it sucks because it doesn't tell you like how many you've saved at each location, so you kind of have to go through like get a guide and just kind of go through it.
I went through one of the missions like again, like a second time. I think if you have to like restart at any point, it like fucks you over or something. I don't know. It's just a guess though.
Yeah, I don't either.
I went through and I couldn't find like anywhere else I could have possibly missed. Like the games are pretty fucking linear.
Yeah, I know that I know that like in the school, like level 2 or whatever, I know I let at least one person die on accident. But I don't know where else, and it's just like, damn it, it doesn't tell me.
I saved everyone, like both times, and it just like nothing. But also both times I had to restart, like I had to like do like the restart from like last checkpoint. Like
a soft lock kind of restart. Yeah, I had to do that a few times too.
Because of the whatchamacallit. Because after like the fucking pole bit,
the camera gets stuck.
Yeah,
that happened to me too.
Yeah, it happened to me both times.
It's either the camera getting stuck or the boss stops taking damage because it like fucked up on like the transition to like a new phase or something.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 things that I ran into. But either way, though, it was really fun. I love like the 2012 era of like irreverence and stuff like that. I mean, Deadpool's very much in the same kind of vein. But
dude, I'm still sad I couldn't play it. I was really hoping that would work.
Yeah, that's lame.
Fucking buying the game is expensive.
I know, right? But yeah, besides Lollipop Chainsaw, I also started a playthrough. I started Yakuza 5 because obviously that's the next one of the franchise. But I also started playthroughs of Assassin's Creed Syndicate and Red Dead Redemption 2. And considering how big those games are, that's pretty much going to be my gaming schedule for the foreseeable future. Except in October, I think the collective has some special plans for October. I will let Rosa determine when those plans get announced, but
now
go for it.
We're gonna be playing. I mean, we still need to like schedule everything. I was last night. I was like trying to like write up the dates that we can do it, and drop it into the fucking collective chat, and then I fell asleep doing it. And then I woke up, and then I was like, oh yeah, I was doing this, and then I fell asleep doing it again. But basically throughout the month of October, we're gonna be playing through the Until Dawn, through the Quarry, and through the Casting of Frankstone. I don't know what the Casting of Frankstone is gonna be like. I'm kind of worried because like the last of like the what are they called?
I don't. Oh, you mean the Dark Pictures? Yeah.
Yeah, the last Dark Pictures game was really mid. So
Well-
I'm kind of worried about the casting of Frank Stone. Well, we'll see how that goes.
Well, here's the other thing, Rosa, is that there's other people that are playing with you this time. You
Yeah.
could very easily do the other ones, and it'd be totally fresh, because
Yeah.
you got different people.
Well, I had never done Until Dawn,
Okay.
right, on stream. I
Mhm.
don't think I've ever played Until Dawn, period. Now I think about it. I've only watched playthroughs of it.
Okay.
We did the quarry on stream once, but it was a completely different group of people. So the only person that's gonna be there that was there the first time is me.
Okay.
And obviously the casting of Frank Stone is new, right? The reason I'm worried about it is not only because like the last Dark Pictures game sucked, right? Because the Dark Pictures are made by the same people that made these games, but they're shorter
Yeah.
games.
Yeah.
And the third one was like, it was like, dude, they were just increasing in like quality. Like they were so good. The third one was phenomenal.
Is that the one? Is that the one with the aliens in Iraq or whatever? Like
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the best
aliens
one.
underground Iraq.
That
Dude,
is the
was
best
so
one.
Fucking awesome.
The Iraqi dude with the pipe. Like everybody in that,
Yeah,
everybody in
dude!
that game is like
Salim!
Yeah, Salim. He is the man. Like that.
He's such a Chad.
I love how campy that one is. It really endears you to all the characters. Like, there's some characters that are like, oh man, I really want this person to die. But then, like, you warm up to them pretty quick, and you're like, no, I don't want any of these people to die. They're all great.
Yeah.
Like the super like racist dude, like becoming buddies with Salim, and then like
yeah, dude.
you know, it's like, yeah, it's fucking great. It's great.
It's fucking awesome, dude.
But
It's like, oh man, like you know, like you don't make a move, or I can kill you. It's like, you really think I'm afraid of you? I kill fucking vampires.
oh man, but yeah, that's
She was so funny.
that's what the collective will be doing in October. Is we're gonna basically be kind of getting together and doing some these Dark Pictures anthology playthroughs together as a group. So
Yeah, well, not the Dark
forward to
Pictures anthology, because those
Well-
are specifically like the shorter ones. We'll be playing the big ones.
yeah,
Right? So the Dark Pictures anthologies, those were all 5-player. So they were
Okay.
smaller stories, right? Until Dawn and The Quarry are both 8-player. This is
Oh,
another thing that
okay.
worries me. This is another thing that worries me about the casting of Frank Stone. It's being sold as one of these like bigger games,
Oh,
right?
Hmm.
And it's being marketed as like another one of like the big ones, like a solo big one.
Uh huh. But they're in
But
the.
it's also only
part-
5 players,
Oh, okay.
so it looks like it's gonna be a smaller game
That's okay.
than like than the Quarry and Until Dawn, which are both massive. But it's fine. This means that we can for sure more likely than not.
We'll figure it
get
out.
them.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's going to be fun. No matter what happens, it'll be fun. I'm sure you all will
They're
enjoy
doing a
it.
Telltale, kinda.
Yeah,
Really
it's
high
kind
quality Telltale.
Yeah, it's like Telltale, but like Telltale has like a cartoony style to it. At least, yeah. Whereas these ones are more like traditional, realistic graphics.
Yeah,
makes
traditional,
sense.
hyper realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually you play as like a group of like it's like the classic like teens in like a horror scenario, like
Mhm.
like thriller movie
Yeah.
type thing, right? That's always been like what they kind of go for, right? Like that was the thing in the first one, that was then Until Dawn, that was the thing in The Quarry, that was the thing in Man of Medan, that was the thing in that was kind of the thing in like Little Hope, right?
Hmm.
House of Ashes, right? That third one was the one where like they kind of like really jumped off the edge and were like, yeah, we'll just do like adults and like military,
Yeah.
which was pretty cool.
It's the best one. It is easily the
yeah.
best one.
I think having like more adult characters like helps kind of like relate to them, I guess, a little more than like, you know, children being fucking whiny and silly all the time. But
Yeah, I
it was
guess.
still fun, like
Yeah.
to play those, you know.
They're all
Like
fun.
it's a different aspect. The only one that sucked was the last one was just super bad.
Alright.
But yeah, I'm hoping Casting Brimstone is good. But yeah, we're gonna be doing Until Dawn, The Quarry, and Casting Brimstone throughout the month of October. So hope you guys look forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well,
I still don't know who all is joining, but we'll see.
we'll see. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Well, anyway, I think it's time to get into the news. So
Yeah, before we get into the news,
go for
can I quickly get into like that thing that I noticed?
that thing you notice. I don't know what you're
I
talking
think I
about.
said
So
the thing that I said a little minute ago that was like I got notifications made me realize that I think I know what one of the reasons is for the recent incline in feet fetishism.
oh yeah, go for it.
So, I think part of the reason why more people are into feet and are continuing to get into feet is because feet are still like a semi-private thing. While bitches be naked like all the time. Like so the notice that I got was for some it was a like brain doesn't want to function. It was for a cosplayer, right? That was like even like a cosplay of a character. And like inner booba is just out, you know? Thighs and ass out, right?
Yeah.
Feet blurred.
Yeah, it's a cause thought.
Yeah. Like the feet are fucking blurred. And so like I don't know, I feel like it's like I look at it now and it's like now I think about it, it's like dude, how many cosplays have I seen where like bitches have their fucking like pussy lips out, dude, just in view, well visible, right? Just
the bacon is flapping. Yeah.
Yeah, but the opening is still underneath cover, so it's fine, you know, that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works, I guess, right? Oh, what's that? I could literally see your fucking like the ring of your asshole. But the opening is still hidden, so it's fine. It's like the little black bars in fucking Japanese like hentai, you know? We've hit that point, right?
Yeah.
I can see areola, but like I can't see the nipple.
There's like a giant,
fine, you know?
There's like a giant veiny throbbing dick, but like just like the hole at the tip is like got like 2 pixels of like mosaic on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, brother.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing, man? Like, what are we doing here?
I was thinking like black, like really thin black bars that literally don't cover anything, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are we even actually censoring anymore? And so
it's like why does this look like AI is censoring, where does it actually know what the purpose of the bars are?
Yeah, exactly. Like we've hit the point in society where we're comfortable with seeing like basically everything, right? But the feet are still censored. The feet are still within socks. The feet are still within shoes. All right.
Or like they sit on their.
That's why people are more into feet.
They sit in the.
People are trying to get into feet.
They sit on their knees, so their feet are like tucked under their legs, so you can't see them. You know, like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like you have to get. You have to like go out of your way to like get like feet into the frame of something. You know.
Yeah.
Like.
And when they do, they blur it. Chat. Feet are the only thing that's left that's sacred. That's why. That's all it is.
Maybe. I don't know. I never got on board the feet thing.
Design. Or peak degen? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we have reached the rat utopia. We're fucking doomed, chat.
Y'all are stinky. I love you, Mimon. Hope work's going well.
Oh man. Okay. Oh,
that's it. That was the entire observation and
okay
thing I wanted to say.
All right. Okay, so let's get into the news. We got plenty of stories to cover. Plenty. I do have some kind of like deeper dives.
Okay.
For a couple of gaming related stories. So I kind of want to get through the crazy shit around the world a little with a little bit of gusto, we'll just say. But I don't really want to rush necessarily. I'm just going to keep track of the time and skip as necessary.
Okay.
So, starting off with something that's just fucking silly. San Francisco's police dress up in chicken costumes to catch speeding drivers.
This helps them catch them somehow?
So this is what they look like. It's just it's like a normal guy, but he's got like it's like a blow-up costume that has like the fake legs, so it looks like he's riding a giant chicken. This cop is working around the clock. Oh my god, New York Post, every fucking time with these people. A San Francisco cop ditched his peaked cap and badge in favor of a rainbow-hued, of course it's rainbow-hued because it's San Francisco, inflatable chicken costume for his traffic safety patrol at a busy intersection. Lieutenant Jonathan Ozol donned the flamboyant suit, made to look like he was riding the giant bird's back, Monday to demonstrate how many just how many drivers fail to yield to pedestrians, even those as obvious as and bright as the officer. I don't want them to get run over, Captain Amy Hurwitz told SF Gate, but the costume is so bright, it's like, how can you miss it? The exercise is one of 5 of the department conducted over the last 6 months as part of the city's plan to achieve Vision Zero. Each featured an officer crossing different intersections while wearing ostentatious costumes, including a unicorn and Sesame Street's Big Bird.
Okay.
I can actually see the logic behind this.
Mm-hmm.
For his part, Ozol strolled across Alamani Boulevard and Rousseau Street, making sure that he gave drivers at least 200 feet to spot him and stop. State law requires drivers to stop for pedestrians who are entering a crosswalk. Surprisingly, many sped ahead, with some coming too close to the costume officer for comfort. For every driver who refused to let him cross first, Ozol would flag down a partner and issue a hefty fine of up to $400. Damn.
Good.
Yeah, I agree. Because here's the thing about like the whole like pedestrians have the right of way. A lot of drivers have the attitude of, yeah, I'll make sure that gets written on your tombstone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's just like, yeah, that's kind of funny, but like they do have the right of way. They have the right of way for a reason. Because you're the safety of a vehicle and they're not. So if you don't see someone in a giant chicken costume, then we really have a problem. The department lost count of how many drivers failed the test, though the outlet pointed out that 8 were caught within the first 30 minutes.
Holy shit.
Damn, dude. And that's like, because that's the thing, like, the word spreads quick. You know, they're like, hey, they're like dressing up as like brightly colored, like costume characters. Those are cops. You know, it makes the rounds on like those like little neighborhood apps, like what is it get? Like, it's called like what the hell? It's like Neighbor Watch or something like that. But there's like little apps where you like sign up for them and you put in your address so that it drops you into like basically like a chat room of people that are geographically in your area, and you just trade complaints about. It's usually just like old people complaining about bullshit. That's what the vast majority of it is, or like lost pets. Yeah. That's what it usually is. Robots guess the previous 5 exercises resulted in 30 to 40 citations each. The silly stunt is seemingly having a positive impact on San Francisco, at least while the costume cops were on the clock. It's having an impact. Drivers seem more aware, more cognizant, certainly when they see the chicken. One more person that yields, that's one more person that's safe. I wouldn't consider this a stunt.
Yeah, this is smart.
This is actually smart.
Basically, what they did was, like, basically, it's a little test to kind of prove how fucked, right, the drivers are.
Yeah.
And once they had the proof of it, well, now they have to figure out a solution. Here's the thing, just walking around in chicken suits isn't going to help you. Because if they don't see someone in a chicken suit, they're just going to keep going.
Yeah.
That's not the behavior you want to, like, reinforce. Right? The fines are solid. But, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you fix this. I feel like this is one of those things where, like, it's like, hey, we did this study. Here's what we saw, right? We need to have a new way to incentivize this. Can we get maybe, I don't know, the department to, like, fund having more cameras on intersection, or having, I don't know, just something, right? Something to kind of, like, you know what helps a lot? Those, like, meters, right? That just kind of count how fast you're going.
Yeah.
People see those and they, like, they implemented some in the Miami Springs area. It's kind of near me. Where if you actually go over the limit, it doesn't just tell you, like, in, like, the flashing number, like, oh my god, you're driving fast. Because who cares? Who the fuck cares, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
But it'll actually send you a citation.
It has red and blue lights on top. That the second you start going over by more than 5, they'll start flashing, and that shit will, like,
that just startles you.
If it's dark, that shit startles you.
Yeah.
If it's dark and you're not aware, dude, that happened to me once. I speed like fucking crazy everywhere.
Obviously, they don't work on you.
But that happened to me once, I was like, wow! I like slammed the brakes.
Yeah.
And
they have those
and
everywhere
I
too
drove
now.
by it, and it's just a machine. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, they have those everywhere now. Where
I
like
got bamboozled.
it like tells you like what your speed is, and it has like little like cop lights on the top of it.
Yeah.
Those are everywhere
exactly.
now. They're in my area too.
Yeah.
You know what? It's funny.
Those help.
Back when
I
I was
don't drive in that area, so like I still speed, but like you know, fuck you. But yeah, go on.
I was gonna say back when I was growing up in Las Vegas, one of like the sister cities of Las Vegas is called Henderson, and way out the highway, like coming into the city of Henderson, it was a split highway, and the Henderson PD would park cop cars like in like the division area between the split highway, and they would put mannequins dressed up as cops inside the vehicles.
They would do that here.
Yeah. Like, yeah, exactly. And like that's enough to like, because the thing is like the locals know it, but the locals aren't coming into Henderson from outside of Henderson. You know what I mean? The locals are traveling between Henderson and Las Vegas. So these are people like tourists who are like driving in from other areas into the city through Henderson, and they don't know about the mannequin cop. You know, and it works. And it works.
I feel like I haven't seen that in a while, but I know that they used to do that here. And I remember, like, there was a point where people noticed, and people stopped, like, paying attention to it. And then they posted a second cop just a little bit down the way. So people would run by him, and he'd like, immediately lights would come on.
Yeah. A place I drive by semi-regularly has a solar-powered speed checker. It's smart as it's placed next to a school. Oh, yeah. Those are all over the place, too. Like, that's the thing. Like, there are actually a lot of like smart like traffic law enforcement things that are happening that I think are actually like good and effective. So I just thought that this was a funny thing but it's goofy, but that's the point. Like it brings attention to an actual problem, which I don't have any issue with, honestly. So now the only thing I can see here though is that it's kind of training drivers to just like look for brightly colored chicken costumes.
Yeah,
and if they don't see that, then they're like free to just do what they were usually doing. You know what I mean?
It's a good test to kind of prove what they thought was an issue to in fact be an issue, but it's not a good solution.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, if they just like took the costumes off and they just kind of stood on the corner and did the exact same thing, or did the exact same thing, it's just like what is it? Non-uniform police or something like that, then the drivers would catch on like, oh, anybody can be a cop at around this area, crossing the street. That would make them actually get into the habit of not doing this shit. So there's a regular homeowner anyway that just parks their Ford Explorer at an angle on the street so it looks like an unmarked cop car and people slow down. That's really That's really smart, actually. Okay, that's really smart. Yeah, there's all kinds of like things that people do to kind of like mimic law enforcement. You know what I mean? Like I said, like there's the mannequin thing, and that's the thing. When I say growing up in Las Vegas, I'm talking about like the 90s. Like they've been pulling these kinds of tricks off for like more than 2 decades. So it's interesting. But anyway, what have I got up next here? Oh, I gotta wait for Roza to get back. Let me see here. A place I drive. Oh, I already read that. How many drivers follow the pedestrian crossing rules? Not many, apparently. Well, there is. It's such a problem, not just in San Francisco, but all across California. Like, have you ever heard of the California stop? You know what? You ever heard that term before, Roza? The California stop? Okay. It might be because you're way over on the East Coast. But, like, at least on, like, west of the Rockies, there's this term called the California stop. And that basically means when you're approaching a stop sign, you slow down to about 5 miles an hour. And then if there's nobody going, you just speed back up again. That's a California stop west of the Rockies. Like, and it speaks to this issue here, where like people just aren't stopping like they need to be stopping. So Were you in Vegas when one of the cops was on trial for sexually assaulting his daughter? Oh man.
What?
When did that happen? I didn't.
By the way, to speak to what Nerve said, yeah, I have a habit of whenever I see a like American model car, where I can't look into the car, like they have like tinted up windows that I can't see whether or not they have like lights in there or anything. Like if I can't see the person in there, I'm just like, that's a cop. I just assume that's a cop. So I always slow down whenever I see like a like American model car.
The easiest way to notice if it's a cop, they'll have a big laptop in the center console.
Yeah.
So and because they don't tint their windows.
No. The fucking the unmarked cops.
Oh
they
yeah.
Their windows, and you can't see in there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They do tint their windows. That's why if I see a American model car with tinted windows, I just assume it's a cop.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it was Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm actually like pretty close to Las Vegas, New Mexico, weirdly now. Happened in '97-ish. So yes, I would have been there because I didn't leave Las Vegas until 2002, 2001. But '97, I would have been like a freshman in high school. Yeah, I would have been a freshman in high school in '97. So at that point, I'm not old enough to like start paying attention to shit like that. But anyway, you want to see a pit maneuver executed at 109 miles per hour?
Yeah.
Here you go. Look at this. Oh wait, I need to make sure that the chat can hear this. So this happened in Alabama, I think.
Is this recent? I've seen this video.
So. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is old. It is from May, but it was making the rounds.
Read the fucking dash. That's from 2020.
Oh, well, I'm gonna show it anyway because it's cool.
Yeah, I've seen this. I saw it years ago.
Yeah, but
it's pretty cool.
So this is a dash cam from the cop's point of view.
I watched it on YouTube. I'm doing robot toys.
Oh. Holy shit. The fucking cop car launches.
Yep. It's so fucking cool.
That's so fucking metal. Hey, God, let me fix your audio real quick, too. Let me take 10 seconds.
It's very epic.
Let me take 10 seconds to fix your audio. Hang on.
Perspective. He chased him for a good while before he did this.
Yeah, this was...
There you go.
Yeah, because he basically got the order, like, I don't care what it takes, get that vehicle stopped, like, now. And so he was like, 10 for... And, you know, and then pit maneuvered this fucker at over 109 miles per hour.
He was chasing him for a fucking while. I think it was like a solid, like...
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like a super long chase, but it was like a solid, like 10, 15-minute chase, something like that.
There was actually a car chase in Los Angeles recently, like just like a couple months ago.
This car chase is like all the time in LA.
Yeah, that's true. Well, this one was like it got like the local news helicopter was following it, and it was going on for like more than an hour, and it went like across the whole damn city. It was pretty wild. I watched the whole thing. It was happening late at night, so that was some good late night entertainment. But like, I guess it's also like there are some states that don't like allow like their state troopers to like pursue in like dangerous high-speed chases. But there are other states like Florida or like here in Alabama where they're like balls to the wall, like no, you keep on them and you fucking get them. You know what I mean? And that's how you get videos like this.
Over.
That's right. This is why some cop cars now have tire lassos. Them thing will gunk up an axle in seconds. Oh, I don't know. What is that word supposed to be? I think that's a typo. I just don't know what the typo is. Alabama Highway Patrol are crazy. I should try and enroll there. Hey, he'd be right at homework too.
I think that he does mean lassos, like basically like it's stuff that you throw on the road and basically it'll stick to the tire and then it'll start basically like wrapping around the fucking axle so that the wheel can spin.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. Yeah. Florida, the sheriff that says graveyard dead home state. Yeah, like I remember, like, oh, man, I think it was like earlier this year when like the Florida Highway Patrol basically came out and did a press conference where they just said like, we don't care how fast you're going, we don't care how dangerous you're driving, we are going to pursue you. Like, we will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Like, he was like,
so. Wait, can you find that?
Oh man, on the fly, maybe. Let me see if I could find that. Hang on. Why don't you look for it, actually?
You don't want to share the screen.
But you can send me a link.
Cool.
Let's both look at it. Look for it, actually. Let's see. Florida Highway Patrol presser saying they'll pursue anyone no matter what. How about that? All I'm getting is fucking Helen Storm shit. No matter the danger? I don't know. Let's see. Florida Highway Patrol sees chase policy changes.
This one?
Yeah,
like the last chase policies?
It happened in February 8th, is the article that I'm seeing. I'm seeing it's like earlier this year when this happened.
This one's from January 4th.
Oh yeah, I see one from January 5th. I think we're all talking about the same thing. Here, let me bring up the Fox 35 Orlando article about it.
That's the one I'm looking at.
Okay. I wish there was a video of it. God. But here, let me show it to chat. There you go.
I don't think it's this.
So, Florida Highway Patrol relaxes chase policy, giving troopers more flexibility. So they basically went into effect almost 2 weeks ago. So it was basically at the beginning of the year when this happened. The leniency differs from recent national recommendations. A 2023 report by the Police Executive Research Forum urged agencies to limit chases because of the dangers to bystanders, suspects, and officers. And then, let's see. Left the road at 80 miles per hour in a 30 miles per hour speed zone. Probably back to importance of how dangerous it is to operate a motor vehicle. Less restrictive chase policies raise concerns because officers have more gray areas. Okay, so these are critics talking. This isn't really good. I want the video of the presser. See if you could find that. I'm going to move on. But if you could find that, shoot me the link and I will show chat that presser. But anyway, I'm going to move on in the meantime to a really wild, like, I guess terrorist attack that happened in Lebanon. So this made the rounds earlier this month. Thousands of Hezbollah fighters injured in Lebanon when their new pagers all simultaneously exploded, causing horrifying wounds to their groins and hands. Oh, I'm not going to show that. I'm not going to show that video. Oh God, I don't want to show the video of people getting blown up.
I'm sorry, what happened?
I'll read it for you. Thousands of Hezbollah terrorists were injured in southern Lebanon on Tuesday when their new pagers all simultaneously exploded, causing horrifying wounds to their groins, because that's where people store their pagers, is on their belt, and hands, as the devices detonated on their belt and in their pockets. Lebanese officials said 2,800 people were injured and 9 killed in what Hezbollah officials claimed was an attack by Israel. So here's what the exploded pager looks like. I guess I think I actually can show. I could show this. I think because nobody dies in this, but I hope this doesn't get me demonetized. Well, I'm not monetized, so who cares?
Yeah.
I just won't have the sound on. But this is what happened. So this is boom. See, it just blew up in the guy's pocket.
He was like, "What the fuck, bro? You okay?"
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, wouldn't you be like, "How? What the fuck just happened?" You know? Is there any more to this? But yeah, it's just bam. It's just there's a guy who got hit by it. I like the New York Post because they mosaic the blood, so it's like makes it YouTube friendly. Well, that's not YouTube friendly. Fuck. Fucking blood splatter.
It's just ketchup.
It's just ketchup.
It is ketchup.
It's rust.
Yeah.
Hezbollah, a Lebanese militant group that the U.S. had designated as a terrorist organization, confirmed the wide-ranging attack on its operatives, including fighters and medics. One official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, called it the biggest security breach since the group began its near-daily attacks on Israel on October 8th. The devices that detonated were all the latest models acquired by Hezbollah in recent months. They were distributed to members after Hezbollah's leader warned his fighters not to carry cell phones, telling them they could be used to track their movements or carry out targeted strikes. The Israel spy agency Mossad allegedly intercepted the shipment 5 months ago and rigged them all with petin. I'm not gonna penterithrol tetranitrite. Jesus.
Penterithrotol. Tetranitrate?
Tetranitrate. Bleh. Penton. This is Penton. A highly explosive material, sources told Sky News Arabia. The explosive material was allegedly placed inside the pager's batteries and detonated by an external command that caused the battery's temperatures to overheat and triggered the explosion. That's fucking wild. Videos uploaded to social media show several incidents in which seemingly unaware men had devices in their pockets blow up, with the victims crying in pain as bystanders ran away. One such video shows a man shopping at a local grocery store. This is the one that we just watched. When an explosion occurs in his pocket, sending debris flying out of his pants as he falls to the floor. Other videos circulating on social media show dozens of men in hospitals covered in burn wounds, with one man with his fingers blown off and another covering his bloody face. That's fucking wild. That's actually really clever, too, to be honest. Yeah. Several of the men caught by the blast could be seen covering their groins and thighs, which were likely wounded when the pagers went off in their pants. Doctors could also be seen treating the injured men lying on cardboard mats in the hallways as the hospitals were quickly inundated Tuesday morning. Israel has not commented on the attack, and U.S. said it has no advanced knowledge of any operation against Hezbollah. Attack will have a significant impact on Hezbollah's military effectiveness. Some guy said, the group is believed to have about 40,000 fighters. Hezbollah invests a great deal in its recruits and its members and views them as an elite force. Thousands of members injured by exploding pagers will be a serious setback for Hezbollah on multiple levels.
Yeah.
That's fucking amazing. 14
Holy
people.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah. 14 people were also wounded in Syria, with Navar Saban, a security and conflict analyst at the Omran Center for Strategic Studies, saying those injured in Syria were members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Syria. It's thousands of assassination attempts at the same time that happened in different geographical areas. The psychological impact is huge. It's going to affect Hezbollah.
Yeah,
dude.
That's crazy.
Isn't that fucking
Holy
wild?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Lazy Monkey says Petin is 25% more powerful than TNT, which I guess makes sense. It's something that they want small they can put into like the fucking battery pack of a fucking pager of all things.
Yeah, they can't fit a lot into the pager. So
Man,
something that really packs a punch.
Dude, that's crazy though. Like that's gonna like massively affect. Cause like now it's like there's a lot of people that just don't have communication now with their group. Right, thousands. Right. They now have a distrust issue with their shipments. They don't know what they can trust, right? Like that is major.
Yeah, it inflicts terror amongst the terrorists. What a twist! They did the same with their walkie-talkie, set up a shell company, and made them a bunch of walkie-talkie models that aren't produced anymore. Oh, man. Man, that is, not only is that, like, really, really clever physical warfare, but that is brilliant psychological warfare.
Yeah.
That is brilliant psychological warfare. Holy shit. Don't mess with Israel. They will regularly spy on American security officers and CIA for sport/practice. Oh, yeah, effective but brutal. Yeah, 100%, dude. Israel got said, get Samsunged. Yeah, I always say that. I always say that, like, when it comes to Israel, it's like Israel may be small and they have, but they're like the Protoss in fucking StarCraft. Like, yeah, there's nowhere near as many of them, but the ones that are there are like worth like 10 of, Hezbollah's people. You know what I mean? Like, Israel, their existential state has always been like in constant defense of their existence. So they're very, very hardened over there in Israel. It's speculated that they made fake batteries where half was battery and half explosive. That's how it went undetected. Yeah, I have to say, it's very clever. It's very effective. I mean, it may be brutal, but yeah.
POV, you're a Hezbollah fighter and your pager said shalom.
Code this number, SHALO. What? Huh? Oh, man. Yeah, that's a weird one. Cannot afford to let things build against them. Yeah, exactly. Like, at this point, like, I don't know. I don't want to talk about the Israel conflict going on right now. I don't want to get down that rabbit hole. But, yeah, I mean, it is true generally that, like, Israel is, they're a very, very hardened people. And, like it's like, like every single person who grows up as an Israeli citizen has to spend 2 years in the military. So, like, everyone
all of them?
Yeah, even the women. Like,
wow.
Gal Gadot, the girl, she fought for the IDF for 2 years.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild? Because they want to make sure that every single person over there is familiar with warfare. Essentially, it's like that's how fucking hard they make their people over in Israel.
I mean, it makes sense, dude. You're in the Middle East.
Yeah, exactly. And you're not like of the Middle East, if that makes sense. You're like you're in the heart of the Middle East, but you're not of that culture or people or religion. So yeah. Anyway, that's pretty wild. We have continuing eastward across the world. Troup of heroic monkeys in India stop man from raping a 6-year-old girl.
Man. Oh, what does that tell you, chat? Fuck, man.
Oh my god. A troop of monkeys.
I feel bad for people that are like, or like for Indians are like really cool, like Indians are nice, like Indians are like nice. I feel so bad for them. It's like every single week is like, God fucking damn it.
Yeah, they just can't catch a break in the media, man. Because it's either this kind of heinous shit, or it's like the god awful street food preparation videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like just pooping in the street kind of shit. It's just like, God.
You have to remember though, chat. You have to remember though. How many fucking people live in India?
It's like 1.2 billion, something like that.
It's insane. Don't they have like the largest population of anywhere else in the world? 1.4 billion.
Well, no, the population of the world
China's
is
catching
like,
up.
What is it, 1.4 you said?
1.417 billion in India. 1.412 billion in China.
Oh, so they're practically the same then.
Yeah, they are neck and neck. And then there's the US in third place with 333.3 mil. Not even close.
Not even close. It's fucking insane that like there are two countries that make up 40% of the population of the planet.
Yeah.
Roughly. That's crazy. China is falling off. That is true. It is dropping in China. They're having that one child rule that they had for so long is fucking them over big time right now. So, let's see here. A troop of monkeys in India attacked a man who was attempting to rape a little girl, stopping the assault in its tracks. According to a report from the Times of India. That's the site that I added to my list last time, by the way. The Times of India.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, that site has a fuck ton of news on it. Like every major city in India has like a whole subsite dedicated to it on the Times of India.
Wow.
And yeah, it's massive. There is so much information and news coming out of that website. It's crazy. The man was seen on CCTV leading the child, who was only 6 years old, down a lane in Bangpat near New Delhi over the weekend. The suspect then proceeded to pull her into an abandoned house where he undressed her and began to sexually assault her. Fortunately, a troop of local monkeys, because that's just a thing in India,
Blue Sky did say India is smaller than China, I believe, so that number is smushed into a smaller space, yeah.
2 decades ago, India was like 900 million. Yeah, they'd be fucking.
Yeah, they'd be fucking. Not essentially, but they'd be fucking.
They'd be fucking. A troop of local monkeys. I mean, you have like just casual walk down the street gators in Florida, so
yeah.
I guess a troop of local monkeys isn't something to necessarily be completely strange. They put a stop to the rape after seemingly witnessing what was happening in what has been perceived as a heroic effort to protect the child. The pack of primates rushed towards the rapist all at once, scaring him off and letting the girl escape unharmed. The child recounted the story of the monkeys when she returned home to her family, revealing how they had saved her life. My daughter would have been dead by now if the monkeys had not intervened, the girl's father told local media. The father also noted that the attempted rapist had threatened to kill him and that he had picked up the girl when she was playing outside. Local police told the news that they had heard of the incident and were investigating, but that the suspect had yet to be caught or even identified. The case comes after multiple high-profile rape cases in India in recent weeks. In August, a man in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, died after he was thrown out
of... Oh, we read that one.
Yeah, that's the one we read. In order for the driver to rape his wife. I was forced to sit in the front seat. Yeah, we know that one. Earlier that month, the body of 31-year-old trainee Dr. Momita Debnath was found on a blood-soaked mattress in the hospital she worked at with a secondary autopsy. Yeah. We totally read these. Smart protests across country, but also prompted a massive spike in searches on Pornhub for her full name.
What the fuck?
Rumor emerged that the video of the rape had been leaked onto the internet.
I hate people.
Oh my god, dude. Fucking giant meat eater, where are you? Actually.
I hate people so much.
Different places have different quirks. I mean, I think this is more than a quirk. Yeah, I always call them genetic cul-de-sacs. When the fucking local monkeys are braver and have more of a moral compass.
You don't need meteors, just cams? Honestly?
Also, the Publica, unfortunately, is going under. Because this is the outlet that's run by the Quartering and Sydney Watson. And it's going away. Apparently, Sydney Watson is going to start up a new thing to take its place. And the Quartering's going to step away. But the Publica is going to be no more pretty soon here. So, R.I.P. Anyway, I spoke of Giant Meteor. I'm going to skip ahead. Where is it? Uh-oh.
NASA?
That's it. NASA issues alert for fast-moving stadium-sized asteroid approaching Earth tonight. This was on the 17th.
Tonight? Oh.
The 17th.
Okay. Chat. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, it did not impact. Are we about to get rocked? God, every time! NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory has issued a warning for a monstrous asteroid that is expected to rocket past Earth on Tuesday evening. Dubbed 2024 ON, the celestial space rock measures 950 feet in diameter, approximately the size of a football stadium. The entity is being monitored by the Virtual Telescope Project, which captured the potentially hazardous asteroid on September 9th, zipping along at nearly 25,000 miles per hour. Whew! It's Despite 2024 ON's intimidating speed and size, it's expected to pass about 621,000 miles from Earth, or 2.6 times further out than the moon's average distance. As such, the cosmic boulder isn't believed to be a threat. I'm actually gonna skip this because, update, it is right now, as we speak, in orbit around the planet and will remain in orbit for 2 months.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so this thing got so close to the planet that Earth pulled it into its orbit via gravity, and it is acting as like a mini moon for 2 months.
Holy shit!
Yeah, now that's crazy. You can't see it because again, it's like the size of a football field. It's 2.5 times further out than the actual moon, so you're not even going to be able to. Yeah, you're not even going to be able to see it like with a telescope, let alone your naked eye. Like no one's going to be able to see this thing, but it is in orbit around the planet right now. So this month, Earth will grab itself a second moon in the form of the tiny asteroid 2024 PT5, which I think that's the same one. Unlike the moon, Earth's primary companion, which has accompanied our planet for around 4 billion years, this new mini-moon will stick around for just 2 months before it heads back to its home in an asteroid belt trailing our planet and orbiting the sun. A team of scientists well-versed in the study of so-called mini-moon events identified the forthcoming gravitational capture event. They spotted the peculiar dynamic properties of 2024 PT5 as they routinely... So is this... I guess maybe this is a different one. Because this is PT24 or 2024 ON.
Yeah.
So I guess there's like two of these things that got like really, really close to the planet at the same time. Because this is the same day. I almost wonder if it's like some kind of different...
Maybe they just changed the name.
Maybe they changed the name once it entered orbit. I can't imagine there being 2 asteroids. You know what I mean? Like...
yeah. What are the odds?
The object that is going to pay us a visit belongs to the Arjuna asteroid belt, a secondary asteroid belt made of space rocks that follow orbits very similar to that of Earth, at an average distance to the sun of about 93 million miles, or 150 million kilometers. I don't care, I'm American. Research lead author and Universidad Complutense de Madrid, Professor Carlos de la Fuente Marcos, told Space.com. How'd I do there, Roza?
Carlos de la Fuente Marcos.
Thank you. That's what I pay you for. Objects in the Arjuna asteroid belt are part of the near-Earth object population of asteroids.
I am here to speak Spanish.
And comets. Marcos explained that some of these objects in the Arjuna asteroid belt can approach Earth at a close range of around 2.8 million miles, and at low velocity of around 2,200 miles per hour. Under these conditions, the geocentric energy of the object may grow negative, and the object may become a temporary moon of Earth. This particular object will undergo this process starting next week, this was on the 17th, so basically the 24th. That's why it's literally orbiting right now.
Yeah.
And stay for about 2 months. It will not follow a full orbit around Earth. May say that if a true satellite is like a customer buying goods inside a store, object like 2024 PT5 are window shoppers. Yeah. So that's an interesting little development. We got a little mini moon going around the Earth right now. Okay, I skipped ahead there. Let's go back to the animals. So we had monkeys saving a little girl in India from
based monkeys.
Based monkeys.
You know, I'm starting to think that maybe we shouldn't call people monkeys as like a way to like insult them and to call them lesser. I think we should call them something else. You know, it's like I'm gonna call you like a lesser creature. I'm gonna call you an Indian. No, I'm kidding.
I have begun using the term inner city behavior recently. I just call it inner city behavior.
Pretty good.
But it's a little bit of a mouthful though. I need to work on it. Let's go back. This one doesn't have a dark side of it. This one's just fucking hilarious. We're gonna continue from India over to China. Over to China. Chinese zoo goes viral for luring visitors with painted pups. So they took these dogs and painted them to look like pandas, and then called them pandas at their panda exhibit at the zoo. And they're so obviously not pandas.
I don't know. I mean, like, they're, like, fluffy, you know? Like, I could be convinced they're baby pandas. I'd be like, yeah, it's a baby panda.
Urban? Maybe purple. Maybe I could call it urban behavior. Maybe that. Maybe that's
well, I was saying ICB. Inner city behavior.
Inner city? Yeah? Yeah?
ICB.
ICB. That's
classic
some
ICB.
Classic ICB. Yeah. Let's make it stick, chat. There are a few asteroids that sometimes are captured by the Earth's Lagrange points that sort of get grabbed by the gravity wave behind the Earth. Yeah. Well, it's like it said, like there's like basically there's like a small asteroid belt that's like kind of like following roughly Earth's orbit, and sometimes asteroids in that belt will kind of get pulled into the gravitational pull of Earth. Does someone steal the pandas and then they replace them? Sometimes we have like 5 moons. Yeah. I didn't want to get too much into the weeds on it, but yeah, it does like actually happen more often than we think. Anyway, let's get back to the zoo panda dogs. A zoo in China has admitted its star attraction, 2 so-called pandas, are just painted dogs. By the way, have you ever actually seen pandas in a zoo?
No.
They are retarded.
Yeah.
They are the dumbest, some of the dumb... I mean, yeah, they're cute as hell, but they are some of the dumbest fucking animals on the planet. It's no wonder they're, like, basically extinct at this point. It's like, yeah, you're too fucking stupid. How did they make it that far? When you watch them and how dumb they are, and how, like... They don't seem to have any sense of, like, self-preservation.
Yeah, they just like, roll around.
Yeah, they just, like, roll
like,
around.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's like these fucking dumbass things. The fluffy Chow Chow dogs painted to resemble the country's... Chow
Chow.
Did they have to call the dogs in China Chow Chow? I feel like that's...
Oh, no!
Thank you for the subscription, Doko-chan.
Oh, no! They have no predators, that's how?
Pandas don't have any predators? Huh. So they're like capybaras. Okay.
Chow Chow's a dog breed.
I know, but it's like, come on, they're in China. They should make an exception. I don't think... Every dog in China is a Chow Chow. To resemble the country's beloved national animal, we're seen in a video shot by a visitor to the zoo in southern Guangdong province. The video, posted Monday on Douyin, Chinese version of TikTok, has gone viral, being shared more than 1.4 million times and liked by over 725,000 users. I wonder if the person who posted it got his social credit score dinged for disgracing China's zoos. The photo shared by another user on social media, the black and white canines can be seen in an enclosure next to a sign that says painted dogs. Oh, so they don't even call it pandas. They just admitted that they're painted dogs on the sign? We are called panda dogs. A pet dog that looks like a panda, dyed and dressed up by Chow Chow. We are gentle, smart, friendly, cute, and adorable, the sign says. So they're not like trying to pass them off as pandas. They're just like putting them in like a panda costume, using paint, basically. And then just being...
one of its top attractions.
The zoo's manager, surnamed Huang, said that the dogs are one of its top attractions. You can see by our name, we are strange animals in cute pets paradise. She told state-affiliated...
Really?
So, like, they go to this zoo specifically to look at things like this. So
yeah.
That's funny. Okay. These are Chow Chow dogs being painted as pandas, as this is part of our specialties. Oh, look at this fucking cute thing. Aww. This is not the first time dogs have been painted to look like pandas or other wild animals in China. In May, a zoo in eastern Jiangsu province sparked outrage after visitors discovered it painted 2 dogs black and white to resemble pandas. Following widespread criticism, the zoo admitted the ruse. A cafe in the southwest city of Chengdu also came under fire in 2019 for offering a dyeing service for people to make their pets look like pandas. So this is like a thing, apparently. It's so strange. In 2016, pet shops in Guangdong were caught selling dogs dyed to look like miniature tigers.
Huh.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the only thing I could say to this is, huh, that's weird. Although I will say that like my parents on Halloween will take like safe washable markers, and they will they'll draw on my dog's fur because his fur is white, and they'll like draw like stuff on his fur for Halloween, and then it just washes off.
Cute.
Yeah, it's completely harmless.
Yeah.
I just love this cute little video. Some dyes can harm animals. Yeah, some can. Absolutely. But they make like fur safe like markers and stuff like that. So like you can get them.
Yeah, Jack.
You can get them at like
been around
Petco.
for long enough.
You can get them at Petco, or PetSmart and stuff like that. I need to make a new breed of pig and call it a hot dog. All right. Let's see. Moving on. Boeing flight from U.S. diverts to London Gatwick after emergency declared. United Airlines passenger plane on Friday was forced to land at London Gatwick after declaring an emergency. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner, because of course it's another fucking Boeing. You notice that it's always Boeing. It's never Airbus.
Yeah.
On its way from Chicago to Frankfurt, it was expected to land around 10 a.m. local time, but its pilot sounded the alarm. The pilot sent out a squawk code 7700, which signals a general emergency on board the plane. The aircraft descended over the UK before it diverted to Gatwick Airport around 7:35 a.m., where it met by a fire truck and taxied to the gate. A spokesman for United Airlines told the Metro United Flight 907 diverted to London Gatwick today to address a medical issue with a passenger. The flight was met by medical personnel on arrival. This incident follows a Delta flight that was forced into an emergency landing after pressure issues in a Boeing's jet cabin left some passengers with bleeding eardrums. I think I have that open as well. Maybe not. I don't have that one open. Yeah, so there's basically a cabin pressure loss on this, again, another Boeing flight. And people just started bleeding out of all their orifices.
Yeah.
It's just like, fuck, dude.
It's horrifying.
That is fucking horrifying. So panic ensued on a U.S. Delta Airlines flight from Salt Lake City to Portland as passengers were hit by the sudden drop in pressure. The passengers of the flight that had taken off from Utah's capital told television state KSL they noticed people bleeding as the plane decreased in elevation over the Great Salt Lake. Pilots of the 5-year-old Boeing 737-900ER aircraft noticed a pressurization problem according to the flight log. They were returning to the airport but did not explain why. Allen described watching her husband cover his ears in pain while other passengers tried to help a man on the other side of the aisle who had an uncontrollably bloody nose. Ugh. There were also... That's like you this morning. There were also reports of...
Uncontrollable.
Reports of passengers bleeding from their mouths. Oh, that... See, I think it's like a nose...
Done that.
Like a nosebleed. Like, yeah, that's alarming, but like, I kind of expect my nose to bleed in certain situations. But like, when blood starts coming out of your mouth and your ears or even your eyes, that's when I start like really freaking out. I grab my ear and I pull my hand back and there was blood on it. Oh, God. 10 people out of the 140 on the flight who required medical attention. They recommended that anyone who was bleeding go to the hospital for further evaluation. We sincerely apologize to our customers for their experience on Flight 1203. The flight crew followed procedures to return to SLC, that's Salt Lake City, where our teams on the ground supported our customers with their immediate needs. Let's see. The airline said that the plane was taken out of service Sunday and went back into service Monday after technicians resolved an issue that made the plane unable to pressurize above 10,000 feet. It's not part of the MAX fleet. That's the famous MAX fleet remember those back in like 2017 or so when there was those planes that just like disappeared like on the way to Malaysia.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was the MAX fleet. And what happened there is that they the profile of how the wind breaks across the wing is different because the engines are much bigger on a max jet than a regular jet. And so what happens is that the engine actually has clearance over the top side of the wing. So there's like a bulge in the top profile of the wing for the engine that isn't there in the normal model, right? And that bulge causes a different wind profile. And you know, like how lift is produced on an airplane wing is that the wind column gets split above and below the wing, and the top side of the wing is curved and the bottom is flat. And and what wind does is it wants to basically, like, the column wants to maintain itself. So what happens is when it gets split, on the curved part, it has to travel faster because it has a longer surface area to travel. So the wind that's going over the top of the wing is faster than the wind going underneath the wing. And that pressure and that speed differential creates a pressure differential, which causes the plane to go up. That's how lift works. And so what happened was that engine, that bigger engine, caused a different profile on the top of the wing, so that the pressure differential that caused the lift was different. Thus, the autopilot system was programmed to compensate for that difference, so that it would maintain the proper angle of incline as it was getting up to max elevation. But they didn't train the pilots to know that. So the pilots were sitting there looking at the autopilot, and the autopilot was using a trajectory angle going up that they weren't used to, that was abnormal to them. And so they tried to manually correct it, and that's what caused those planes to crash. So, I don't know. Did I just bore the fuck out of you with that?
No. I might have zoned out a little bit because I was like distracted by the pain in my cheek. Like I keep eating pretzels even though they poke at the hole in my cheek.
Oh, but well, anyway, that was like a quick little crash course in like plane physics and why those max jets crashed back in 2017. There's actually a really good in-depth article about those crashes that was published on Vice. So anyway, I'm gonna keep going here. This one's strange. Archaeologists discover remains of decapitated vampire children believed to be demonic beings.
Huh?
Yeah. Correct, Blue Sky. That's in one sentence. Yes, that's why those planes crashed. Archaeologists in Poland were flabbergasted after discovering the remains of alleged vampire children, one of which was decapitated to allegedly prevent them from rising from the grave. The burial clearly shows signs of anti-vampire practices. Dr. Stanislaw Golub, an archaeologist with the Lublin Vladivoshchik Conservator of Monuments who led the excavation, said in a statement. Workers had reportedly initially stumbled across the skeletons while removing tree roots from an ongoing garden renovation project at the palace of the Uniat bishops in Kelm, per a translated Facebook post by the institution. So I guess this is bones? I don't know what I'm looking at here. That just looks like a pile of rocks to me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Based on the earth they were found in and associated pottery fragments, the bones allegedly date back to the 13th century, a time when precautions were taken to prevent the dead from reanimating. According to the post, one of the macabre grave sites had all the characteristics of an anti-vampire burial practiced in Europe at the time, especially Eastern Europe. That's the thing, like, the whole thing about vampires, like, there's, like, vampire origins in many cultures around the world, but the biggest and most prevalent one is easily Eastern Europe. That's where you get, like, the Strigoi creatures in Romania and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. According to the post, I already read that. These included the fact that the children had their skulls removed and was interred face down with stones atop their torsos. Burying with the face to the ground, cutting off the head, or pressing the body with a stone are among the methods used to prevent a person believed to be a demonic being from leaving the grave. The alleged baby Dracula was also buried in gypsum soil and oriented on the east-west axis, both common customs during the time. The burial site also had post holes, which were likely used to monitor the graves for signs of a vampiric resurrection. Holy shit, they took this shit really seriously.
Yeah, when I hear about stuff like this, I always think, like, you know, because, like, we put, like, warnings, right, on, like, bottles and stuff for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Usually it's because something happened.
Yeah.
Right? So whenever I hear about stuff like this, I think, what led to these customs coming to pass? Like, how do you, like, come up with these very specific things, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like, you know, like you look on the side of a hairdryer, it's like in big bold letters, "Do not use in the shower." You know?
Yeah,
it's
that
like,
happens for a reason.
Yeah, and it's because somebody used it in the shower and died, and then they got sued or something, and now they have that label. But like,
yeah, exactly. Usually, like, well, whenever you come up with something like that, like pre-measures, right, for something that occurs, it's because that something has occurred.
It's in reaction to something.
Yeah. So I'm just curious, like, what is this a reaction to?
Yeah.
That's something that I always think about sometimes, right? Because I just think, right, the thing about, like, a lot of mysticism, chat, there's always some truth to it. There's a reason why people
they don't
believe the things they believe.
They don't do this shit because they're just bored. You know?
Yeah, and then you can find, like, facts like that in everything, including, like, again, like, something that I've talked about in the past before is, like, stuff like, the Great Flood, right? That's, like, mentioned in several of, like, the, like, religions, right?
Mm-hmm.
That happened. There is water weathering on the fucking, like, on the Sphinx. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was legitimately a massive flood at some point in history. Right?
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't know. I always find it interesting trying to kind of, like, guess, I guess.
It's a really, really, really fun, like, thought
where these
experiment.
Stories come from, you know? Like, because again, these things just don't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right? These things happen for a reason. Legends of vampires exist in every culture on every continent on Earth, going back to the first civilization, Sumeria. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, that doesn't just happen for no reason.
And that's what's so interesting about it. That's one of the most interesting things about it is that, like, you see this thing across the planet, across civilizations that didn't interact with each other, and yet they're drawing pictures of very, very similar supernatural, you know, events and creatures and stuff like that. Like, that's really intriguing. So, but like
obviously the vampire clans are real and they keep up the masquerade. Ah, yes, of course.
Oh yes. Dragons are depicted all over too. Yeah, that's another one. I mean, you know, giant lizard-like beasts and stuff like that. Like, it really is interesting to ponder about, like, where these, like, you could call them superstitions if you want, you know, but, like, again, people aren't just, like, getting bored and they don't have anything left to draw in their cave, so they can start making up things in their heads, and it just so happens that they're all coming up with the same kind of things on their own and all across the world. You know, I mean,
dragons are pretty easily explained, right? Dragons, it's what Angel says. It's the fear of, like, flying things and snakes combined, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's stuff like that, right? A lot of people will attribute, like, the fear of dragons to, like, large lizards that still roam the earth at the time. To things like crocodiles, right? A lot of people
People forget that, like, crocodiles, alligators, sharks, a lot of sharks are, like, literal living dinosaurs. Like, they existed back during that era of the planet's history, and they haven't evolutionary changed since. Like, there are living dinosaurs on the planet today. Hang on. No, hang on. Give me a sec. I can fix it. That. And... okay, you should be good now.
What?
There you go.
Yeah. Because some symptoms made people seem dead? Was something like that? Maybe, but here's the thing, right? So, like, you see over another thing, it's like 16th century vampire buried with a brick in her mouth, right? Like, that's very specific. This isn't just someone seeming dead, it's someone biting people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, that's very, very specific, you know? There's stuff like that, right? And, like, if you look at, like, a lot of the, like, history, like, behind these things, like, it's like you said, like, even dating back to, like, Sumeria, like, a lot of this exists before vampires were, like, a thing in, like, media. Before the first vampire stories were written, right?
Yeah.
Vampire-like creatures have existed in, you know,
local tales and stuff like that.
Yeah. Forever, right? And that's one of those things. It's really odd because, like, here's the thing. I can get things like, oh, like, you know, some cultures had, like, actually it's just like a super prevalent thing, right? So, like, some cultures had, like, the whole, like, oh yeah, like the classic, like, vampires can't cross running water, vampires are afraid of garlic, etc. If you look at, like, the reasoning behind those things, you can kind of wrap in your head, it's not necessarily that vampires existed, right? But they had a fear of things that are dead, or of death in general, right? And so, what are things that you can associate with life, right? A running, a river that isn't just standing still, right? A actively moving water, like river, that's a symbol of life. That's usually where you have, like, you know, fishes and shit, right? Like, unlike, for example, like bogs, which ironically more life breeds in, but they're kind of obviously, like, associated with, like, decay and, like, fungi and stuff like that, right? It's a bit different. At least the association-wise, right? And then obviously, in the case of, like, garlic is one of those, like, extremely, like, antibacterial, vegetables.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, natural, like, curios kind of.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, that makes sense, right? It's like, the vampires fear garlic the way that doctors fear apples, you know? It's the same kind of, like, reasoning and logic.
Yeah.
Pathos calling me.
It's also interesting how, like, you know, we go back to, like, dragons and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, these things are, like, portrayed all over the world, but, like, in East Asia, they're portrayed as, like, benevolent sources of wisdom. You know, they're, like, celestial beings and stuff like that. They're not, like, threats in the way they're portrayed over there. So it's like, yeah, like, everybody's, like, fear of lizards and fear of flying. You combine flying things, and you combine those two, you get, like, the ultimate fear, which is, like, the dragon. But that's not the case in Asia. And yet they still portray flying lizard beings. You know what I mean? So it's just like, where are... You know, I wish I could just trace it all the way back to the origin of these things. You know?
Yeah.
I really wish I could. Because, again, people don't just sit around and come up with this shit because they're bored and happen to come up with the same kind of shit.
Fossils are the horseshoe crabs.
Oh yeah, the horseshoe crab are basically trilobites.
Lived for 400 years and has a third eye on top of its head. Yeah, it's super interesting.
That's fucking wild. Yeah, I know that the horseshoe crabs are basically like trilobites, and trilobites are some of the most ancient, like, creatures that have, like, skeletons. They have like, yeah, and horseshoe crabs are basically trilobites. So I actually have a few fossils of trilobites. So, because, you know, I used to be a geologist, so I actually have, like, a fossil collection. That's a cultural thing. The Chinese emperors were the ultimate power, so they're dragons. The dragons are good, like the emperor. Like Europeans use lions. Yeah, that makes sense. Ancient roaches. Yeah, but yeah, pretty much. So, but yeah, I just brought this. Oh yeah, sorry. You said the trigger word, Sky.
Ew!
Troglodyte. Horseshoe crabs were the first arachnids, literally the ancestors of spiders. Yeah, Anyway, or like another one is like the Nautilus. The Nautilus in the ocean.
They bring a very interesting point. A very true point in that last paragraph.
Some from as recent as the 18th century, those slapped with these scarlet letters were actually just suffering from tuberculosis.
No, read like the part before that.
Oh, unfortunately, like with the notorious Salem witch trials of the 1600s, superstitious residents were often quick to blame everything from rampant disease to misunderstood psychological afflictions on said supernatural entities. Oh, yeah. People have... I mean, think about... we covered... Oh, man. Did I cover it with you? The goblins in Africa? Were you...
No.
No, you weren't there. Okay. Well, there's I
don't think so.
There's a whole thing...
I will say though, in the case of the Salem witch trials, right? Here's the thing, guys. Brujeria is a fucking thing. Alright? And I've seen that shit in fucking action. So again, it's not like the fear of, witches. Yes, people will react... they'll be quick to blame things on things that aren't really, the thing, right? People will jump at shadows. It's the thing that people... throughout history have always done. It's the thing that people still do today. Right? People always jump at shadows of things that they think are the thing, right?
Yeah. The superstitions of gaps.
That fear is put into you beforehand by something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my grandpa's someone who's, very, unsuperstitious, and he's, really not into that. But, I've had a conversation with him about this, because even though he claims to not be superstitious, he's pretty, set in his, religious beliefs on what he thinks is true and what he thinks isn't, right?
Uh-huh.
For some contents, he's a Mason. Right, so he believes in, a grand architect.
Okay.
Not necessarily God or anything like that, but just he believes that there's, a grand architect of the universe, right?
I mean, that sounds like a
higher
god
power.
to me, but okay.
yeah, a higher power, but not necessarily the Christian God, if that makes any sense. Right? He believes it could be the Christian God, but he doesn't necessarily care to identify this being. He just believes that there is one, right? And so yeah, he's always I don't believe any of this santeria, brujeria bullshit. But he still avoids brujeria, that's on the street, bags, like black trash bags with dead chickens and shit, right?
Uh-huh.
People will put on the street. And the reason why is because his dad once pissed off someone who was a known brujero, and that person told him that he will rot. That he hopes that he rots from, from, and so many people say, from, head to toe. But he said, I hope that you will rot from bottom to top. All of you rots. And shortly after, he found a little spot, right? Like a birthmark, right? Like a beauty mark on his toe. Right? And then that spot spread and it turned out it was cancer and he lost his foot.
Oh my god.
They're like, it's fine, we got it, before it spread any further the rest of the body. And then it came back at his ankle and spread up. They had to remove his leg at the knee. And they were like, it's fine, we got it. And then it came back at his knee and it moved all the way up to his hip. And it kept going all the way up until he died of cancer.
Jesus.
And it was just out of nowhere. My family had never had a history of cancer before that. My grandfather, like my grandpa's dad, died of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Very specifically, this thing traveled again from bottom to top. And my grandpa was there for that, so he remembers that, right?
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather's now dying of cancer. It started in his bladder, and it's crawled up to its lungs.
Yeah.
My mother had colon cancer. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. And before these incidents, there was never a history of cancer in my family.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That being said, oddly enough, I guess in this case it's more clear because the cigarettes, because my grandpa smokes, but doesn't smoke nearly as much as some other people would.
Mm-hmm.
The lung cancer it is, right? But my grandpa on my dad's side died of lung cancer, and my dad recently found globules in his lungs and shit as well that were cancerous. But yeah, before these instances, there was never a history of cancer in my family, despite obviously them being all Cubans, grew up fucking smoking tobacco as children, well until they died in their early hundreds. Cuban people fucking live forever, dude.
I know.
It's crazy.
You and Asian women, man, just live forever.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm saying, there is some, there is a reason why a lot of these superstitions exist. And it's because whether that was an isolated, just a coincidence, that random guy that happened to be a known witch completely predicted how my grandpa's dad was gonna die, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't start dying until after he basically cursed them and told them to die, so that they hope that they rot, right? That superstition comes from something like that, right? Experiences like that. And a lot of people have these experiences. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I think at some point, I think it's valid for people to be like, yeah, I think this is a thing. There's no scientific explanation for why these sorts of phenomenon happen.
Yeah. Well, it's
it's ridiculous that coincidences like that could happen so often. Often enough to be a noticeable pattern.
Exactly. Well, it's like you would the fact that your house is haunted. Shit like that. We don't have to get into it. But
I've experienced all sorts of shit in my life.
But my mom, I personally haven't, but I know that my mom has. She's told me in vivid detail, and she's just it's like even in Christianity, there's parts of the scripture that says that world, that realm is very real, and you as Christians are meant to just leave it alone. The Bible basically says that spirit world is real, and you are not to fuck with it. For a good reason, I would say, for very good reason. But it's how much do you have to experience firsthand or secondhand or whatever for you to start believing in that unnatural phenomenon.
I also do believe that certain people have a closer I guess what's what I'm looking for? How do I describe this? In Cuban culture, we say that some people have a sight. That is how they say it. It's I que tienen vista, which basically means they have a sight, right?
Okay.
And so those people are more prone to experiencing this phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things that can run in the family, for example. My grandmother actually practiced a bit of brujeria and santeria, right? A lot of the people in my mom's side of the family have experienced shit like this, whereas my dad's family have not at all, right? But it's to the point where my cousin's stuff that have grown up completely separate from this and completely different environment, different culture, aren't really taught about this stuff, right? They don't really have these conversations with their parents or whatever.
They're not brought up at that kind
right?
of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll see this shit. My youngest brother, right? Just off the top of my head, a few things I can think of, right? I remember when I was my younger brother was 3. He was a toddler. He came into my room and he was he pointed the back of my room corner where my bed was. He was like, "Who's that?" And I looked back at him. I was like, "Fuck, you talking about? There's no one there."
No one there.
In my room. Ironically, I was talking about fucking ghost stories with my friends in on PSN chat. And I was in the middle of a ghost story when he did that, and I stopped, and I looked back, and I was like, "Yeah, there's no one there." And then I turned back to him, and he ran away to go to ask mom, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I looked back again. I didn't see anyone there. And as I was turning my head back to the screen, my vision glanced over the doors to my closet, which were mirrored doors, and I could see almost a silhouette, a shimmering silhouette of a child sitting the corner of my bed.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I turned back and I didn't see anything. But it's one of those things where it's fuck, right? My
Fuck.
brother definitely saw something.
Yeah.
And for a little while after that, my brother started acting really weird.
Almost
and
he
my
was
mom
being
legit
possessed.
Yeah, he was acting extremely weird, right? And aggressive for a few weeks, and then just passed. Right? Yeah, kids will sometimes do that. But usually it's not an isolated incident like that, right? It's strange, it's odd, right? Another example I can think of is when this one day I came home from high school, right? This is later on. My bed is in a different position, right? And I was tired after school, right? I had walked the dog. I'd taken a shower. Actually, I didn't think I walked the dog this day. I think I just came in just laid down. I was super tired, and light was coming through my window, and I had my PC chair next to my bed, facing away from the bed. It was facing at PC, obviously. And the chair slowly turned to like in my direction while I was looking at like the mirror, right? Like it's the same closet mirrors. And I turned around to look at it, cause like, what the fuck? Like, why did that turn around by itself? Like, it's wind? Like the air conditioning? Like, what the fuck? And I blinked a few times, and I could see almost like the silhouette of like an elderly man that looked like my grandpa.
Oh.
Right? And he just kind of looked at me and smiled, and then I blinked a few more times, and he was gone. Right? I was like, what the fuck? So I went to go like ask my mom. I was like, first I went to the backyard to see my grandpa was okay, because he was doing like gardening work. I was like, dude, did my grandpa just fall off a ladder and die? And like, what the fuck? And so like I ran outside, my grandpa's chilling, right? I talked to my mom and I was like, hey, I saw this. And she was like, oh, that's weird. Well, you're like that's really weird, because like your grandpa's alive. Like, your grandpa's fine. And I was like, yeah, I guess that was weird. I don't know. That was odd. Right? And then, like, not even like 3 days later or so, something like that. Right? I come home from school and my mom's like, hey, do you remember when you told me that you saw this thing? And I was like, yeah.
She saw it too.
And no, this is crazy, right? So she says, okay, well, there is someone in her family that looks exactly, like, not exactly, but very similar to your grandpa, right? So my grandpa's like a dirty blonde, right? My grandma, not my grandpa, my grandma has a brother, an older brother. Actually, no, sorry, a younger brother, who looks a lot like my grandpa, to the point where, like, people would call them twins, because he just straight up looked like my grandpa, but more blonde.
Oh, wow.
And people in, like, because again, they live in, like, a small fishing village. People in the small fishing village would make rumors that my grandma was dating her brother when she started dating my grandpa, because they looked that similar.
Just by coincidence.
They looked. Her younger brother looked so similar to my grandpa that people legitimately made rumors that my grandma was in like an incestuous relation. Like people that didn't know both of them, right? Like didn't know my grandpa because he lived in like the other side of town. And so, and I'm like, okay, yeah, and she's like, well, he went missing a few days ago because he was sick. Not a few days ago, I think like a week ago, I think she said. She's like, oh yeah, he went missing like a week ago because he was like sick and stuff, right? And I guess he like gone crazy and he like ran out into like the woods and like people were like looking for him, no one could find him. Well, they found him this morning and they found him dead and it looked like he died like a few days ago.
Whoa.
Like his body had decayed a little bit. Yeah, that was an interesting one. And then just to give like a third one, right, of like an unrelated person that isn't me. I mentioned before my cousin, right, who like she didn't really grow up around this sort of culture. Like, even though she's Cuban, she's like born in Cuba and stuff, but like our family doesn't really talk about this stuff. Like they're not as like tight knit. They don't really talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
And I was talking with my uncle, right, this one day. I was at his place. I actually almost got in a fight with my uncle because like TLDR is I tried to get like him and my mom and my aunt to like get together to like help my grandparents because my mom was like really like at her wit's end, and obviously they don't want to help her because everyone's sick of her. But like it's like it's one of those cases where it's like, no, she's right, like this is fucked up, you guys need to help her, right? And he tried to pretend like that was like it was her using my phone to basically like try to convince them to help her and shit, and saying that she's like a liar and blah blah. And I got so mad that I ran. Like I ran to my car and I drove over there and I almost got in a fucking fight with this guy. I was so fucking mad. I was like, I'm gonna fucking kill him. Whatever. We ended up talking it out and like, you know, we kind of like relaxed. We both relaxed. And we were just kind of talking and stuff. And eventually my mom showed up and we all kind of like, we all like made amends. We were just talking about stuff, and he was saying how like he had an experience. He like I don't know how we got into it, right? We started talking about like these experiences, and he mentioned how the house that he lives in, it's like a little like duplex. It's behind the house of a neighbor that like we like grew up with, right? That I grew up with, right? And she would like she would take care of like me and my cousin like after school, different cousin. And stuff, right? Like ages ago. This lady's husband died before my uncle, right? Because like when I say like me and my cousin, I mean like me and like my aunt's daughter, right? It's like my mom's sister's daughter. This is my mom's brother, right? And
Uh-huh.
his daughter, right? They didn't move to the U.S. They didn't live in the country until after this woman's husband died. They never met this woman's husband. She doesn't keep pictures of him because it makes her sad, so they don't know what he looks like, right? They don't have pictures in the house. And they don't really go into the house anyway, right? They have no reason to know anything about this man, right? All they know is that this nice lady, who's friends of the family, right? Because like my family's known them for like a long time, right? Because we've been living in the area for a long time. And she offered them a place like with like cheap rent behind her house. Awesome, cool. And my uncle, right? In pay for the cheap rent, offers like labor services. He like helps around the house with stuff. He like maintains her house. It was like old lady. Awesome, cool. Well, as it turns out, my cousin, completely unrelated to this whole thing, right? Just my uncle's daughter, has seen a man standing around the house, just like watching her.
Uh-huh.
My uncle has seen this while he's been working on stuff, right? And he works as like a contractor to do like handiwork and stuff like that, like handyman work.
Yeah.
And he hires people that aren't related to him, to his family, just other Cuban guys that like, come to the business. They're looking for work. They're looking to, typical stuff, right? And there was one time he was working with a guy and he was telling us the story, and the guy randomly started looking over, like past the car because they were at the car getting something. And the guy like blinked a few times, and then he turned to my uncle. He was like, have you guys seen like a man? Like, is that like a thing? Like was there like a man that lived here? And he was like, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. The man that you're seeing is the wife of the woman that lives in the house. He lingers around and keeps watch of the house.
Okay.
And it's to the point where like so many like different people and unrelated people have seen this guy that people like they've just kind of accepted, like, yeah, he just sometimes you'll see him. Like clear as day. It looks like there's a person there, apparently. I haven't seen him.
Not like an apparition,
really
but like just a normal person.
Yeah, it looks like a person's there and then they're gone. Basically. And like again, they've all reported seeing the same thing. And again, it's like they didn't talk about it, right?
Yeah.
This is someone who's unrelated to the family, right? And he's seen it too.
Yeah, there's no way they could have coordinated like the story together.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
my cousin and his daughter, maybe. But like this random guy that they just hired for this one job that he's never met until that same day, like, no. There's no way.
There's no way.
Right? And he's not the only one. He's not the only person that he's hired that has seen him, like, while they're working and, like, unspooked. It's like whenever someone, like, new shows up, right? And again, some people have the sight, some people don't.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, it's just this guy, like, again, like, this lady's husband he continues to watch the house. And, like, whenever someone new shows up, he, like, checks them, basically, like, observes them.
Ooh, Lazy Viking says, one time I stayed late at work when several things got thrown at me. I got out fast and never worked late again. That's like poltergeist kind of shit. Damn.
Yeah. Dude, recently I had like a huge fucking scare. Because I woke up from like a dream where I felt like, I had a dream that like my house was broken into.
Ooh.
And people were breaking into my house. And like, I got up and I started like feeling like a weird like presence, I guess.
Uh-huh.
And I told my mom about it. And as I was telling her about it, I started freaking out. Like really like uncontrollably. I'm not someone who normally freaks out. But I started freaking out because I was like, dude, I hear someone, right? I kept hearing like a woman's voice like making like a yell. Right?
Okay.
And the thing is my mom heard it too. And so I went out to the window and there's no one out there. Right? And as my mom is like coming over, right, I turn back to her, right, like, and I'm like, no, it's nothing. And then as I turn away from her, I felt something. I don't know how to describe it, but I felt something, and I just completely lost it. I started freaking out. I started crying. It felt like something had tried to like reach at me through the door.
Oh man.
Right. And I started like freaking out and crying. Some stuff fell over randomly, like my mom started freaking out because again, we're talking like it's not just me having like a weird moment, right?
Yeah.
Like enough shit is happening that like something physically happened, and like the cats were not in the room. The cats were like there was no reason for that to randomly fall as I walked by it, right? As I'm like freaking out, right? It wasn't something small that would be like moved by the air. Like it was like something like pretty hefty, just randomly just kind of like flew off a shelf. And my mom like freaked out, and it was such a weird feeling. And like my grandpa woke up and everything because he heard the sound.
Oh.
And he comes over, he's like, "Hey, what's going on? Do you want me to check outside?" And I'm like, "No, do not open the door," because I genuinely felt like something was trying to get in. And I felt like whatever was inside that there's something inside my house. There's been like a visitor that's been like my mom's side of the house for a while, and it like sometimes it like mimics her. Like I'll be taking a shower and I'll hear like a woman talking, and it sounds like my mom, but I know it's not my mom. If that makes any sense. And like or like randomly the drawers to like medicine cabinet, like the doors to medicine cabinet and like the bathroom while I'm taking a shower, like I'll just randomly hear them, and I'm like, I know that the door's locked. I know that the door to the room is locked. I'm in like the bathroom that's like within like a master bedroom.
Yeah.
I usually shower on my mom's side of the house. And I'm alone in this room. And like I open like the thing and I see the medicine cabinet's open, and I'm like, yep, that's just open. For some reason. I've had the doors unlock on their own. I've heard people talking and then walked out and then found that the doors are still locked. And then gone to check in the living room. My mom's like, yeah, no, I didn't go to the room or anything. Like my mom has caught me like yelling at like the ghost, basically like fuck off. Like, can you please fuck off? Like if you want to say something, fucking say it to me, but don't just fucking mutter shit while I'm in the shower and I can't fucking hear you. Like I'm down to chat. My mom was like, who the fuck are you talking to? And I'm like, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just losing my marbles over here. It's fine. But like there was a situation recently where I was like home alone, and I randomly I heard like people talking, and I was like, oh, did my family get back? And I messaged them, and they were like, no, we're still at a party. And I was like, well, that's odd. I hear people talking. Did you guys leave the TV on? And my brother's like, are you sure we didn't leave the TV on? I mean, maybe we did, but I was like, oh, that's odd, right? And like the cats were freaking the fuck out. Like the cats kept like coming into my room and like looking at the door.
Oh yeah, the cats are like a really good indicator.
Yeah. Yep. And so they were freaking the fuck out, and it was to the point where I was like, dude, is there someone in my fucking house? Because I kept hearing noises in like the kitchen as well, like things moving. And my mom started freaking out. She was like, okay, I'm on my way, whatever. And she called my uncle to like come visit the house, because like, dude, like I hear things. I hear people talking. I hear like cabinets opening and closing. Like.
Fucking making themselves at home.
Are you sure that you didn't leave the TV on? There was a point where so the outside doors are like big heavy solid wood or like metal doors. So when you slam them shut, when you close them, right? It shutters all like the thinner doors in the house, right? They all kind of shudder a little bit, right? It's like the house shakes from like the impact, and like that happened. And like it happened like right after my brother said that he saw something outside, but he couldn't tell what it was. And I was like, that's fucking weird. Like I like the back side of the house, and like because like they have like the ring, right? They have like the ring in like the back side of the house in the front, and they were like legitimately like yeah, something's going on. So they called my uncle, who showed up with a fucking gun.
The chat's in your balls, Roza.
Yeah, about maybe, but like, dude, I was just chilling, working on D&D, and suddenly I was like, hello? My family come home, and like, did they open the door somehow? They come into the back? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And so like they were like, hey, we need you to come like out and like open the door, right? And so I was like, okay. Like I went, I opened the door, and I heard like a noise. As I opened the door, I heard a noise in the dining room. And so to my left, right, it's like my brother's room. I looked in there, and both the cats are in that room, just looking out to like the dining room,
like they see something,
like living room. Yeah, like they're afraid of something. They were just like hiding, but looking out for sure. Like they're like they're not like hiding. They're just kind of like leap on top of stuff and just looking in that direction. And they looked at me and then back at that direction, like there was something there, right?
Yeah.
And so like we have like a curtain between the living room and the dining room. So I wasn't gonna like look past the curtain. I was like, I'm just gonna run over the door and open the door. And then like the second I opened it, my uncle like was like with his fucking gun, started like walking through the house. I was like, okay. And yeah, there was nothing there. There was nothing there. There was nothing there. All the doors were locked. By the way, the TV was off. The TV was confirmed off. So yeah, it's just the whole, again, like, I've had so many fucking weird experiences.
Yeah, we do need to move on, but I will like kind of close this segment off by saying like there's a reason that there's like literally an army of exorcists that the Pope like sends out to perform exorcisms and stuff like that. Like there's so many instances of these kinds of stories like around the planet that happen like on a daily basis pretty much. That it's kind of hard to not believe that like at least maybe not believe, but at least like be open-minded to the idea that there is a supernatural world out there that does interact with our physical world on a regular basis. You know, it's like I think somebody in the chat, I can't remember who it was, said that like they don't really they don't believe in this kind of stuff, but they're not gonna go around. They sure as fuck aren't gonna go around desecrating graves and shit like that. You know, and it's like because deep down, because deep down you're just like, well, just to be sure.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I totally understand, like, being skeptical, because I'm someone who's super, super skeptical.
Yeah.
Right? Like, whenever someone tells a story, and I'm like, I don't know. Right? But at the same time, it's like I've experienced shit like this, right? So
yeah,
like,
exactly.
It's hard to, like, be completely skeptical, right?
Yeah,
I totally
really
understand
is.
people being skeptical. Just be respectful of the fact that people have gone through experiences.
All it takes is one person that you trust to tell you a story. You know?
Yeah.
And that right there is enough to open your mind. Be like, well, I don't really believe in it, but that's a compelling story. I can't lie. You know what I mean? Like, you can start questioning these things pretty easily.
The story that I mentioned earlier from like that I was like telling ghost stories we were talking about ghost stories with some friends on PSN, and then like my brother came into the room and like saw a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I even got to finish that story, but I remember because I paused and I looked back and stuff, right? And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I think I just saw something, and they were like, yeah, I don't buy the story that you were saying, but I definitely just heard something.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? I'll give you some merit. And I was like, because again, like one of the guys was like very like skeptical, right? He's very skeptical. He's like, yeah, I've never experienced anything, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, that was weird. Like your mic was like freaky out of nowhere, and it's fine. One of the other guys in that chat was like in his 50s.
The ghosts are in your walls, chat.
One of the other guys that was in that chat told us a fun story of a house he used to live in when he lived in Germany for a while. Where he lived upstairs in like the children's bedroom, and they moved out of that house like within like the month, because every single night, without fail, he would hear the sounds of someone stomping up the stairs.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Because he slept in that room, right? And it was like a house in Germany, and every single night he would hear the sound of someone stomping up the stairs and yelling something in German. And then he would hear the sounds of kids crying.
Fucking ghost of
Hitler. The
Hitler.
door slams open and he hears gunfire.
Oh my
and then
god.
Everything goes silent again. Yeah, bro. And it was just every night. He was like, yeah, I couldn't sleep up there. And like my brother tried to sleep there, and he confirmed that he also experienced that. And it was basically whoever slept in that room would hear that, like while they were in that room at a certain time, the same time every night. They would basically like hear like the last moments of some like Jewish kids.
There should be ghosts in this town, but I guess the immigrants scared them off.
No. Understandable.
The Z Kyle poltergeist, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting story. And again, this is from like a man who's like in his like almost 60. I think he was like 57 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he like told a story, and he was like, yeah, like that was the thing I experienced when I was like a teenager.
Yeah. Well, we could go on for much longer,
Yeah,
but we
could.
really do need to move on from this.
Yeah.
You want to see a Sao Paulo politician get WWE'd with a chair?
Yes!
A Sao Paulo mayoral candidate is treated in hospital after a rival attacks him with a chair live on air.
A rival? Another politician?
Oh wait, the chat can't hear this. Hang on. Chat can't hear this. I know that they can't hear this. There it is. Okay, you should be able to hear this now.
What the fuck?
The guy pipes up. It's... Yeah! Oh my god. Can you imagine if that happened? Because this was during a debate. This is Assa's home country, by the way. But can you imagine if, like, during like the debate, like Trump just like came in with like off camera with a chair and just like, yeah, like onto Kamala's head.
Fucking shut up, bitch!
Yeah. Well, first of all, he'd lose the election if he did that.
Yeah.
Who in America, whoever does that loses the election. But I just thought this is fucking amazing. This happens actually pretty regularly in other countries. So I don't know. There's nothing to this story except this freeze frame right here. I just thought that was hilarious.
What the fuck?
And then we'll end this portion of the show with a kind of a cute one here. A 38-pound rescue cat, Crumbs, appropriate name, gets stuck in a shoe rack while trying to escape from Fat Camp.
He calls the ruckus.
Look at this chunky boy. There's him stuck in the shoe rack. So, a fat cat's attempt to escape a diet center backfired horribly after the flabby tabby got trapped in a shoe rack.
Flabby tabby.
The feline named
Stuck in a rack in a hard place, bruh.
Oh god, I missed that.
Every time, dude.
Dude.
Every time. They always open them up with a joke, and I love that.
I know. The feline named Kroshik, Russian for Crumbs, was discovered by staff attempting to break out of the center in Perm, Russia, where he had been sentenced to a strict workout regimen and food rationing. Newsflash reported. Photos show the corpulent cat, who weighs almost 38 pounds, wedged between the bars of the shoe shelf with his face stuffed in a bright blue crock. This poor guy, he just can't catch a break. Wow, look at this chunk.
Jesus.
I mean, it's just adorable that cat is unhealthily fat. Like,
yeah.
That cat does need to lose weight if it wants to live like the normal length of a cat. That's literally the whole. Oh, maybe not. I mean, it goes on. I don't think I need to read the rest of it, but yeah, I just wanted to highlight.
I want to look at the pictures.
Yeah, he looks so sad. It's been a long road for Crumbs.
I can't eat all my crumbs. This is bullshit. They make me swim in water.
Yeah, so this is like
like water. I'm a cat.
Yeah, so they put him in like this little apparatus that kind of keeps him up, and he has to like move around inside the water as like for like exercise. He looks so miserable. He's like, I must escape.
I don't like it here. I must leave.
That's a positive about Crumbs' new routine. Under this new health regime, they predict that the plus-size couch scratcher will lose between 70 and 50 grams per week. I have no fucking idea how much that is in pounds.
Neither do I.
Medikova suggested that Crumbs' ill-fated escape attempt was actually a good sign because it demonstrated that he's a very active guy. Oh, this poor thing. And then I have one more wholesome cat story for you.
Yippee!
Lost cat makes 900-mile journey back home to California from Yellowstone National Park.
What the fuck?
So a husband and wife in California who thought their cat was gone for good got the shock of a lifetime last month when he showed up more than 900 miles away from where he was lost. Benny and Susano Aguiando and their 2 cats arrived at Yellowstone on June 4th. Although the couple had always traveled with their pets, something spooked their Siamese cat, Rainbow. Oh, Rainbow. Okay, I get it. Rainbow. And he ran into the forest. The couple looked for him for 4 days, said the Associated Press, and tried to tempt him to return with his favorite treats and toys, but he was nowhere to be found. Eventually, on June 8th, the Anguianos began their return trip to their home in Salinas, California, south of San Francisco. Suzanne told the AP she was crushed, but remained hopeful that against all odds her cat would be found safe. We were entering the Nevada desert, and all of a sudden I see a double rainbow, and I took a picture of it, and I thought, that's a sign. That's a sign of our rainbow that he's going to be okay. So they basically thought, well, just counting on the fact that he was going to be okay, he would be found by somebody, taken in, and taken care of. But in August, the Anguianos received word that Rainbow had been found, skinny and with paws that were roughed up, but otherwise okay. Rainbow was spotted in Roseville, California, almost 900 miles from where he ran off in Yellowstone and about 200 miles away from Salinas, said the AP. A woman noticed the Siamese on the streets and provided him with the food and water before she successfully trapped him on August 3rd. She then brought him to the local Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, where his microchip was scanned. Rainbow lost 6 pounds during his 2-month journey back to California, said the AP, and the Anguianos believe that Rainbow somehow was able to make the journey back to California by himself. I believe truly that he made that trek mostly on his own. His paws were really beat up, lost 40% of his body weight, had really low protein levels because of inadequate nutrition, so he was not cared for. The couple reached out to the media hoping to see if anyone had perhaps spotted their cat on his journey. For now, the Anguianos have decided to put a pause on traveling with their cats.
That's crazy.
I'm surprised they didn't say PAWS pause here.
Yeah, same. Well, this is in New York.
It's not New York Post. This is just lame Fox News. Very ugly feeling after we lost him. We'll have to practice camping at home and camp in the driveway to get him used to it. And they have taken extra steps to ensure their cats are safe and sound. While the cats are already microchipped, they have since been fitted with air tags and a GPS global tracker for Rainbow, said the couple. So they fucking carjacked their pets. not carjack. What is it? When you like put a tracker. Oh my god. There's a term for it. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, like the kitties ended up 900 miles away. Only 200 miles from them, which isn't far.
That's crazy.
So, but they made it home. It's kind of wild.
He knew what direction to go.
LoJack. Thank you, Cornell. LoJack. They LoJacked their cats. Oh, man. Okay. I think it's time. That's all I have for the worldwide news. So it's time to get into pop culture gaming kind of stuff.
I need water to get into that, because that's made me yap.
Okay. I'm gonna let you go. Reminds me of the episode of South Park when Cartman went to fat camp. That's the wrong name. He isn't Crumbs, but the whole cookie. Aw. Might have made it the rest of the way if he wasn't caged. He might have. I mean, like I said, like he traveled 900 miles. And he ended up only 200 miles away from his owners. So it seems like he was kind of honing in on them. Like I doubt that they would have been able to like find his way like back to their house specifically. I wouldn't be surprised if he like made it into their town though. But I don't know. Like I don't know like what, because like there's a lot of animals like have like this weird sixth sense, and they have like the ability to just like know which way to go home, and they can find their way home. Like I don't know, like I had to deal with, back when I was in Colorado, I had to deal with like squirrels. If a squirrel got in my garage, I would have to like catch it and release it. but I had to release squirrels like literally like 10 miles away, because if I released them anywhere like closer than that, they would find them way back into my backyard somehow. I was like, how the fuck are squirrels like figuring out, like, because it's not like they're walking there. I'm driving them, 6-7 miles away and dropping them off, and somehow they find themselves back in my backyard. And I know it's like the same, and I know that it's the same squirrel too, because it had like a damaged tail. And it's like, what the fuck? How are these animals like finding themselves like back where their normal home was, or where they had made their home, like several miles away? Like, what sixth sense is within them that they could do this? So I have to wonder, like, if this cat actually could have, like, with enough time and without dying, could have ended up on their front porch at some point.
I'm back. Wait, what?
I was just talking about how, like, a lot of animals have, like, this weird sixth sense ability to, like, find their way home.
Yeah.
How, like, because I was saying, like...
Which is crazy, right? 'Cause you would think that, like, being in, like, a car.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying.
That.
But, yeah, it's like... Because I was saying, like, I had to catch a squirrel in my garage, and I had to release it. Mm-hmm. It was, like, a live catch. And the squirrel had, like, a damaged tail. And I released it, like, 7 or 8 miles away. I drove it 7 or 8 miles away and just dropped it off. Let it out of the trap in the forest behind like the dumpster of a mall. And then like 2 weeks later, that same squirrel was back in my backyard again. And it found itself back in my garage. And I was like, what the fuck? And I talked to some people, and they were like, yeah, you have to release squirrels like at least 10 miles away, or they will find themselves back in your yards and shit. I'm just like, how? How do they know, like, how to track backwards from a goddamn car ride? It's wild. It's absolutely wild. But, like, I guess a lot of animals have this weird sixth sense ability to do that shit. A lot of animals leave sense behind and can pick up on things for a long distance. Not the 900 mile stuff, but it is feasible that they eventually found its way back to its marked area. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's just like leaving behind its own pheromones, and it recognizes its own pheromones. That's fucking amazing. But anyway, actually, I need to get some water too. Could you hold the line?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I got you. Don't worry, I'll hold your spot. Ain't nobody gonna take this place in line. Nobody. I can smell my pee. I can also smell my pee. I don't know if I can smell my fucking pee, though. Like, fucking 10 miles away, I'm not exactly leaving a fucking pee trail either. That's my thought, at least. You can train dogs to track for miles. That's true. I do think that's super fucking interesting. But man, dude, fucking 900 miles is crazy. That means it traveled like 700 miles?
Well, I don't know, like, if it's... I don't think it's not 900 miles from fucking Yellowstone to San Francisco. It sounds like it traveled past. Like it overshot. I don't know, I have to look at a map. But I don't think it's 900 miles from Yellowstone to San Francisco. That seems too long. Actually, you know what? Let me look it up.
Google.
While we're here. Let's go to Google Maps. Let's see here. This is fine. But this is the route chat.
I'm Roza.
Hang on.
Greetings, Dad.
Hello, greetings. I am Unit 6191.
Okay, you should be good. But yeah, so it's like 1,000 miles. And like I said, I would think that the cat would actually travel along. It would generally follow the roads, I feel like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, That's a long fucking way. They got all the way across the Nevada desert? That's fucking amazing. I wonder if it, like, hitched a ride on something or something, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Very much like
I don't know, it's just, it's hard to believe that, like, 700 miles, right, on foot, and it's only a little roughed up on the paws, and only lost, like, 40% of its fucking body weight. It's, like, I don't know. It's a little crazy to me.
There are birds that travel from South Africa to Sweden every year to lay their eggs at the same spot every time. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's... I don't know. It's just kind of hard to wrap my head around it, you know. So, anyway, I'm gonna stop doxing myself. Apparently, let's move on to this. So I don't need to. This is. I guess I'll just play it. So this was like the first thing that got shown. Was this IGN compilation of the character creator for Dragon Age: The Veil Guard. Even his sleeve tattoo doesn't look very good. His sleeve tattoo.
No, I know that.
His sleeve tattoo looks like an actual shirt sleeve, and
Yeah.
that's the problem. Like it
And
should.
his actual T-shirt looks like it's his fucking skin, but like stretched and like drooped.
It's
near the
yeah,
shoulders.
it's strange.
It's the same fucking color.
But anyway, let me switch over the.
Why? What? He's just got like a fucking tank top. That's another thing that's just weird. Like,
Yeah,
what the
he's
fuck?
just he's in like a modern day tank top. So
Yeah, it's like a modern day like tank top. He's got like shorts on. I can't tell what the fuck he's wearing. Or he's wearing like underwear. I can't tell.
Not me. It's
Like,
it's baffling. It's really just baffling, isn't it?
yeah.
So this is IGN's little showcase here. Is it though?
No. Pause. It is in fact hard to believe that this is what it looks like. So yeah. That's the word. That is the correct word.
I just see this is the thing. Bold size glue. This is the thing. Like Easter.
Did she quote it? Wait, go, hold on. Go, just play this video. I need to watch this video. I haven't
Okay.
actually watched this video all the way through.
Okay, let me just play it all the way through for you all.
Melanin slider. Pause a second. So in this world,
That's
right,
the end of
where
it.
like where these creatures exist, and like these creatures that are not human, by the way, exist in colors that are not on the human scale. We're just gonna assume that they've got melanin.
My biggest gripe about this whole thing is she said that if you're not particularly creative, you know, you cannot do this, implying that creativity is the more ugly your creation is, the more creative you're being.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's a really fucked up way, like,
Nothing
mindset.
more creative than trying to make your IRL self rather than coming up with something unique.
Well,
You're like, your concept of creativity is fucking backwards.
Then there was this kind of quasi-viral post, I would say, from Madame Savvy. He basically said, like, this is her just, like, in, like, regular yoga pants. And she's like, I'm like a skinny fucking rail-thin white girl, and, like, her booty is bigger than the max glute size in this game. And it's like,
Yeah.
it seems like the spectrum of aesthetic pleasantness that you can provide, you know.
Why is 45% chest size like the majority of the slider? That doesn't look right. Why is hip width at 60% and over there?
Yeah, you're right. This should be like, what, 75?
Oh, because it goes to negatives. You can go into negatives. Why is it negatives? How do you determine what negative 70% waist size is?
What is a negative
Waist
chest
width.
size? So like, there's a, like, that they're like scooped out? Like, what the fuck?
Like,
but
what?
the thing is that like, there's a few other things that really that creep me out about this. If you notice that like every like actual human skin color that they showcase, that's dark. There's another one.
Oh,
that one.
It's all vitiligo.
Yeah, it's 100% of the dark skin represented characters in their showcase here have a disease that only afflicts 1% of the actual dark skin population of the world. Like, what is this weird fetishization of vitiligo? Like, I don't mind vitiligo being in the game at all. I don't. I actually think
it's cool. I remember like when I first saw it in games, I was like, oh, it's awesome.
Like
It's pretty cool.
I want to see vitiligo. I want to see acne. I want to see pock marks. I want to see. There's all kinds of things. You know, like disease.
Yeah.
There's probably albinoism.
It's like defining
you know what I mean?
features that you can. Yeah, I think that's like these are cool features that you can add. I don't know about acne, but all these are pretty cool features you can just add to like a fucking character, and it's like, yeah, this is who my character is, right? My character has this thing, and then whatever. Cool.
What?
Right? Like so I can imagine wanting to make like a domino ass looking fucking character and being like, yeah, this is their theme.
Yeah, I could totally see that.
Like that's fine. But it's just like it is like really weird with it. Just like, oh my god, yeah, we can fit up by now. Like, aren't we so cool? It's like it's not special. Relax.
It's not. Yeah, it's not special, and it's not creative either.
They just like, dude, it's just they just want to scoop up every single like, yes, but it's a minority, and we're catering to minorities. We're the good guys. Look at us. Look at me.
Well, here's the thing.
Praise me.
Well, there was this.
Praise me, white man.
There was this
Praise
one as
me.
well. There's this viral one as well. I don't know. Can you hear this, chat? I don't know if I have to change the browser at every instance possible. Yeah, here we go. So there's this.
Yeah, all of you that really want to be reminded that you're no.
Why? How sick is it? Or do you have to be? How do I put this into words without being?
It really just is vile, isn't it?
It's
like
so
it just
depraved.
really is like genuinely just vile the way that they're just like, oh my god, yeah, dude, and so like
It's like, do you
I
think?
got top surgery and
Do you think that?
it's
do
like
you think that trans people like are proud and want to have these permanent body deformations and scars and shit? Like, I'm sorry, but if I'm a trans person and I'm a guy, so like let's say I'm trans and I want to be a woman, do you think I want to have like bottom surgery scars? Like, is that what you think that I want as a trans person who's not a trans trender? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
no, I would want to represent myself. I would want to be represented as the thing that I actually am striving to be. You know? Not this fucking androgynous, scar-laden freak. You know?
Yeah.
And it's just like, and I'm sorry, but like, if you're so self-obsessed with yourself that you have to like make the main characters in your games reflect the disease and deformity that you are in real life, you really need to get the hell outside, and you need to get out of your own head, because that's a person that has been navel gazing and staring into the abyss way too damn long, and it's just like, it is at a dangerous level. Like, if you have somebody who has like these like, you know, top surgery scars and shit like that, which, by the way, if they wanted actual inclusion, they would just have like a various like scar textures, like PNGs that you could size and rotate and place onto the body wherever you want. And then if people really want to have top surgery scars, they can just create duplicate a pair of scars and put them in the right place at the right size.
Yeah.
And then bam, they have top surgery scars. But the fact that they went out of their way to actually have it in here,
That's its own separate checkbox from everything else.
it's really like, it comes off as very depraved. And again, like, the argument isn't, I don't want these things in the game. The argument is, I don't want people with this mentality.
This comes off
designing the
as
game.
if, yeah, dude, this comes off like when fucking like if like a girl is like, oh yeah, I made my character has wrist scars because I cut myself. Teehee, that's the thing I do. It's like most people that do that hide it because they're like people that do that for genuine like reasons that they're like ashamed of, and like because they have genuine self-hate.
Yep.
Typically don't want to reveal that to the rest of the world.
Exactly.
They don't want to make it other people's problem.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why I fucking like I find it disgusting when I see people like doing like self-harm accounts. Like, oh my god, yeah, look, it's like I got myself like this, I did this. There's one fucking post I saw, this fucking like horror that does like I think they were trans. I think they're trans. He has a penis. Now I think about it in hindsight. But basically like they had an account where they basically just post pictures of themselves naked with extremely like aesthetic scars that they've like given themselves and being like, yeah, I was like depressed. Oh yeah, I did this because of like the drugs I was on. Oh yeah, they had like a picture. They have a picture of like their removed finger. They just removed one of their fucking fingers. It's like, you're pathetic. You're genuinely pathetic.
Yeah.
You didn't do this because you were sad. You did this because you desperately wanted attention. And cloud is a fucking disease.
And it's not just that, but you're to the point, you're so depraved that you're willing to actually like engage in like body mutilation as like a joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just so
like,
that people will notice you.
Yeah. It's like, that's how depraved you've become. And it's just like,
Yeah.
why? And that's just the thing. If I'm a game developer, I don't want people that depraved being represented in my game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not something that you want to like ever glorify.
Exactly. Like I go back to like this thing here with that Madame Savvy posted. It looks like the spectrum of just like aesthetic beauty that you can pursue in the character creator in this game is from monstrously hideous to...
I don't like the way that her other hand looks like a droopy peepee sticking out of her hand.
It does, doesn't it? I noticed that too. Oh man. But here's the thing though, is that the spectrum that this game can apparently cover is monstrously hideous to painfully androgynous. It goes from like neutral to ugly. There's like no beauty being represented here. You know what I mean?
Well, you can make Giga Chad probably.
Probably, but that's the thing. It's always females that this happens to.
Yeah.
We've
You
only.
know why?
I do, but I was gonna say I do, but I want you to say it.
It is jealousy.
Yep.
They don't like the cute, petite, 108-pound woman that sits 15 hours all day, doesn't do like a bunch of exercise. You know, she just hangs out and plays fucking video games, but is still hot.
Yep.
Represented.
Yep. That's the thing. It's literally just Mean Girls. It's high school lunchroom Mean Girls bullshit. That's
It's high school lunchroom Mean Girls, except it's no longer the hot women. It's like the sad and pathetic fucking nerds that like they're like, now it's my turn.
Yep.
Everyone, they're gonna notice me now.
The biggest.
And you know, actually no, it kind of is. It kind of is, because here's the thing. Again, I mentioned it before, but like, you know, it's the same people that do this are also they don't just glorify trans people, right? They don't just uglify women. They also they glorify fat people, fat women specifically. Like it's like it is just removing competition. It's all it is. It's basically like it's making sure that the people that like are in a bad place stay in a bad place so that they can't compete with you, and trying to basically lower the overall standard of like the overall perception of beauty for everyone else, but being like,
Mhm.
oh yeah, you know, in supermodels, yeah, they're fat now, so don't expect women to look like supermodels. I'm a normal woman. I'm not an
Yeah.
ugly cunt.
They have to make.
I'm a normal woman.
They have to make ugly
I'm better
normal.
than supermodels. Exactly, so that they can feel better. That's all it is.
And the thing
That's
is
all
that
it is.
it's mass. It's basically an attempt at mass social conditioning, like
Yeah.
forced mass social conditioning. But the thing is, in order to succeed in that, you have to flood all of society everywhere at all times with this shit.
Yep.
Which is why you see it so prevalently, because
Yep.
they have to constantly force it into shit everywhere they go, because otherwise, just nature will defeat them. Essentially.
Yeah. If you ever like, here's the thing. Like a lot of people think that like, oh, they're just misandrous. They just hate men. I don't think these people hate men. I genuinely don't buy that, and it's because whenever you hang out and like, if you look at circles that are misandrous, they always have men in them. They always have the like,
Oh, yeah.
men that are actually like, they're actually terrible men. They're
Yeah.
just basically like, oh my god, yes, sweetheart. Oh my god, yes, queen. They're just there to fuck you.
Mhm.
Like that's all it is. They're just like, it's always like full of fuckboys that like pretend to be like nice for them and like take their side, and like they're always like, oh my god, he burned me. All men are like this, right? It's always like that. I don't think that they hate the idea of men. I think they hate the idea of men liking people that aren't them. I genuinely don't think that they hate men. I don't think that's true. I think that they want men, but they can't have them, and so like children, they kick them under the table. That's what I think. Is what it is. I genuinely believe that.
It's not just that, but they especially can't have the men that they want.
Yeah.
Let alone any man at all. Because they have this. They surround themselves with other spiteful, mean girls kind of people, and they kind of form this. It's like they reinforce to destroy, where they're like, yeah, you know, they like women like sabotage each other all the time.
Yeah.
So they'll say like, oh yeah, you deserve the best man. You deserve the 6 foot 6 inches 6 figures man. You deserve that. Go get it, you fat cunt. You know, and so that fat cunt goes out and looks at that, and then she gets rejected and mocked, you know, constantly, to the point where she becomes depressed and she gives up. And boom, the one that encouraged her to do that now has less competition. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like women
That's
are
exactly what it is.
fucking ruthless towards each other. Absolutely
That is exactly
ruthless.
what it is.
And so they
I genuinely think this is just like a really far extension of that. Is what this is.
I think it is
genuinely
too.
think so.
I saw there's a couple, like, even the act man, like, what the fuck is going on out here, BioWare? This is from Dragon Age 2, which wasn't a really good game, but these things look fucking awesome, you know. And I swear, like, so much of it comes down to like where the horns, like how far the horns come down on the forehead.
It's
like
not even just that. It's just don't give them a fucking inflated fucking forehead, like an inflated smooth skin forehead.
Why does he look like
actual fucking designs? Isn't just like, oh, he's just a green human with horns and like an inflated forehead.
Yeah. Why does he look like a goddamn, like, a Funko Pop? He looks like the love child of handsome Squidward and fucking Lord Farquaad. Like, who at what point? I mean, how many people had to approve this? You know, for it to be like, yes, this is what we want. This
is what we want to show off.
Here's
the thing, like, people, like, people will say, like, oh, that's just them, like, making, like, a character and blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but this is what they're showing as, like, their, like, media for the game before it's out, which is really stupid. And then also, if you look at some of their, like, official pro material, the characters of that race don't exactly look great either.
Mm-hmm.
They still just look like humans. It's like humans, but, like, oh, what if we just, you know, gave them the horns and just didn't bother. Here's the thing, at least fucking handsome Squidward. Go back to handsome Squidward. At the very least,
they just added horns to him.
Like, they just added horns to him. They didn't, like, inflate his forehead to, like, then, like, make the horns seamlessly follow the flow of his forehead.
Yeah.
Like, it's so specifically ugly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I go back to here. It's like, on this design, the horns look optional. It looks like these horns are like an option that were just added in. On this, they don't look optional. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They look like they're a part of his
anatomy.
his anatomy, his skin, his skull. Like it's actually worked in. Like they actually work anatomically with how they how the skull transitions to the horns and all this other kind of stuff. Whereas on this, they literally look like just like an option that's just added on. Like it doesn't look natural in any way. And also, why is his
Still
nose
looks so uncanny?
Notice that his nose is like completely crooked to one side. But yeah, and again, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I could create the same kind of monstrosities in the WWE character creator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which to this day is like probably the most versatile character creator in existence is the WWE character creator. It is more versatile than the fucking Code Vein character creator.
Yeah, but it's not very like nice looking in my opinion.
It's not. It's got like that
Versatile, yes. Nice looking, no.
Exactly. But like, if I want to make an ugly character, I'll play that game. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
But it's just like they have very much stumbled out of the gate on this thing, and the thing is like the real meat of this thing is like, why can't we control our companions? Why has the combat been seemingly like dumbed down? You know what I mean? Because in the previous ones, you could like control your companions and stuff like that. Or, I mean, they don't even have a thing where you can like switch between what character you're controlling. So like, even if like I can't control my companions, I could switch to one of my companions and play them, and then the person I was playing as becomes like an NPC companion in the fight. You know what I mean? And I can go back and forth between all the characters. You can't even do that. You're just stuck as your character, and your companion can just do whatever they do. You know what I mean? So they've like dumbed down the combat. The combat, I mean graphically.
I mean, like, I don't mind that. It's one of those things where it's like it's no longer the game.
Yeah, exactly.
You're marketing it as.
It doesn't feel like Dragon Age anymore. You know, it's like losing the DNA of the franchise. I mean, look at the.
Yeah.
We've seen the videos. I don't have them pulled up here of like the
Like, I
the
prefer
promos,
not to
the
be
promos
controlling
for-
my fucking, like, party. I prefer if they just do things on their own. I personally prefer that. But this game isn't for me. I'm not a fan of Dragon Age.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what I want, I'll go play fucking Dragon's Dogma.
Well,
You know?
Well, in previous Dragon Ages, you could control your companions.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, this game isn't for me. I'm not a Dragon Age fan. I'm not. Right? And for the people that aren't going to play this game, for the people that are Dragon Age fans, they probably want the game to play like the game.
Exactly. They want the.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be fans of it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, again, that's a feature that I don't like. Right? I prefer just controlling my character, and that's why I play Dragon's Dogma. That's why I don't play Dragon.
Despite all the faults
Right?
of Dragon's Dogma 2. Yes.
Yeah, despite all of its fucking faults. Right? I'll go play Dragon's Dogma. I don't play Dragon Age. It wasn't my thing. Right? But again, like, this game is made for people that do play Dragon's Dogma. At least it should be.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be made for.
Yeah, I'm just.
And it's just like, no, it's just making like a new game. It's like, well, don't call it Dragon's Dogma then. Sorry, don't call it Dragon Age then. Call it something else.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like this whole it's been memed. You know, like this kind of shit. And this character creator is all that people know about this game. Like, they have released, like, long-form videos, like, going through the combat and all this other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But nobody fucking knows about it. Because this shit is overshadowing all of it. This is what's dominating the conversation. Is this kind of shit. And because of that, the pre-order sales.
This is what I was talking about. Look at this. Like, look at that. Look at her fucking face, dude.
Yeah.
Look at the way her fucking, like from her, like, brow
From here
up.
up.
It's just like,
Yeah,
it looks like they just took, like the fucking, the fucking, like, liquefy tool and fucking, like, on
Like a 3D modeler.
Photoshop. And, on Photoshop, it was just like, it's like liquefy the skin up into horns. Like, what the fuck?
It doesn't look.
Who the fuck thinks this looks good?
It doesn't look like it's a part of her. It looks like some kind of weird mutation or just some kind of almost like a prosthetic that's been stuck on there.
Dude, it looks specifically like Botox.
It kind of does, doesn't it? She's just fucking stuck like that. But I look at this. Why? This looks like a photoshopped head.
It doesn't look like a Photoshop.
It doesn't look like it's in place at all. It looks so bizarre. Also, you notice that like no one's head looks like it's the right size.
No, no one.
This guy, like, this guy's head's too small. Her head's too big. Her head's too small. This guy's head is too big. Like,
her head is wait. That chick in the background has way massive head. What the fuck you on? Her head's huge. Yeah, I don't consider her head's huge. I think it's that her fucking torso is small, like really small. Like,
it's just really out of proportion.
Yeah, look at her head compared to her torso.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, it's just everything just seems off. And
her
and
arms
the thing
are
is,
also really short.
but the thing is, it's like they were touting. The another thing that they were touting was like the hair physics. Like, oh, the hair, it's like so like state of the art. It looks so great.
Brother,
it doesn't look any better than fucking Stellar Blade. Like Eve's hair in Stellar Blade.
Brother.
What?
Dude, I haven't heard anyone fucking be like, oh my god, yeah, hair physics. It's like, this is like our big new thing. It's like, dude, I haven't heard that since like Watch Dogs.
Yeah.
The first one. Remember, like, Watch Dogs, I was like, oh my god, yeah, they started like the hair moves and stuff. Like games have been really like getting really good for like, you know, like these like newer consoles.
Yeah.
And like they have like flowing hair and like flowing small assets. Like that was a thing back in the day. Guys.
Yeah.
We figured that out ages ago. It's been a decade.
It's been a decade, yeah.
No one cares.
That's what I was saying. Like I'm sitting here thinking, like, what? Like, we've had natural flowing hair technology since at least a decade ago, and again, like what they showed off doesn't look like anything better than like Eve from Stellar Blade, and that was Shift Up's like first attempt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm the Shift Up developer, and I'm looking at this Western BioWare developers like touting like this hair physics, I'm looking at my coworkers and going, you mean it's been a problem for you guys for this whole time? Like, we figured it out on our first try. Like, what? Like, how bad are you at your jobs? You know what I mean? Like, they're touting what should be standard quality as something exceptional.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's like, everybody sees through it. You know what I mean? Except them. You know, here's the other thing. Retail pre-orders getting stomped by Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom. You know, it's just like, I'm sorry, but like, and you also know that another big red flag, I don't have it pulled up here, is that all of like the mainstream media outlets are like, this is gonna save BioWare. It's fucking amazing. It's the best thing since Mass Effect 2. You know, all this other kind of shit. It's like, oh, that's a red flag. You know what I mean? When the media seems to be like ham-fistedly like pushing, like positively pushing something, that's a big red flag that something is shit. And it's just, and I guess it makes sense because, you know, we know the mindset of the people inside the studio. You know, Dragon Age the Veilguard game director confirms inclusivity at heart of game's character creator and features pronoun options. Well, you obviously didn't include pretty girls. Didn't include them, and they're a much larger percent.
They never get included.
They're a much larger percent of the population than fucking people with vitiligo or heterochromia or fucking, you know, whatever the hell random super niche weird representation that you put into it. You know, like, because this is the thing when they this is what inclusivity actually means in what to these people. If you like take all the different demographics, right? You may have like a big circle represents, you know, white dudes, basically. It's your biggest demographic. You have Asian dudes, you have Asian women, you have white women, you have Hispanic, black, whatever. You have all these different demographics, right? You can exclude all demographics, but if you only include, you know, these fringe, very, very small micro fractions of a percentage of the population groups, like people with vitiligo, you know, trans people, all this other shit, then it's inclusive. That's what inclusive actually means.
Can't leave out black people.
Sure. You could leave out black men.
Inclusive means black, gay, and vitiligo.
And trans. And not even like,
Yeah,
specifically non-passing trans, specifically like androgynous, scarred up trans.
actually, gay isn't inclusive enough anymore. Now I think about it.
Like,
Never
do you think that like, when they say with like trans to them, like Blair White, who absolutely passes, you know what I mean,
No.
and then some. No, she's not included in that. It's the androgynous ones. It's the scarred and fucking, mutilated ones. That's what it is. That's the only form of trans that's considered inclusive to these people. So as long as you include these tiny little microfractions of people, it's inclusive. That's what inclusive actually means. You can exclude the biggest, proportions of the potential demographics to play a game, and it still be inclusive, because inclusive is remember these people. They share your dictionary, but they do not share. What is it? They share your vocabulary, but they do not share your dictionary.
Yeah.
Inclusivity means inclusivity to normal people like us, but inclusivity to them is highly, highly exclusionary. God, dude, look at this. Oh my God, death by UI. Jesus. What am I looking at here?
I don't know.
I don't want to fucking play this. Is this the...
Is this combat?
This is
like,
yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, this is combat. Good God.
This isn't like a pause menu?
I don't know. It looks like this guy's mid-swing. She's mid-shot, so... I don't know, but if this is their interface during combat, I'm not touching this game ever. This is
What am I even looking at?
I have no clue. This is death by user interface right here. Jesus. Now, I think this is a pause menu because there's like... It looks like somebody's hovering over... But they could just be like flicking the right joystick over to this ability, and then this comes up, maybe. But either way, this is just...
Do they say anything about it? What am I looking at?
It just says a screenshot from the game. That's all it says. But it's clearly during combat.
Does it have any gameplay trailers?
Oh yeah, there's gameplay of this.
Can we pull something up?
Yeah, let me find something for you. Actually, I should probably just go to YouTube for it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Dragon Age, Veilguard, gameplay. Okay, let's see here. Early gameplay walkthrough part 4. I guess that could work. Dryden Blagan gameplay trailer.
That may just pop up in there. I see it.
Official gameplay reveal.
You know, you can click on the Blighted Dragon. Click on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, click on that one.
Okay.
Go like halfway.
Oof. Look at that ratio.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me show this to chat. There you go. First of all, observe the ratio, chat. Let's go halfway. Here. Okay, this is clearly mid-combat. Yeah, let me let this play a little bit. I'm going to turn the volume off, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this is a pretty clean UI. That had to be a pause menu.
Hold on. They might just have, like, UI off or something, right? For, like, the visuals.
There it is. Okay, so there.
Okay, so
the
it's
pause
like an ability menu.
Yeah. There it is. Okay.
It's like an ability menu. That's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
It's not up all the time. It's just something you trigger, and then it brings up a menu for you to.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Because I was gonna say, like, if this is always on the screen, then this, like, check me out. Fuck that. There are options. Yeah, it's just going into, like, the character creator, basically, and how they obsess over inclusion, but they really basically just want to go out of their way to include all these tiny little niche things that, like, nobody's going to connect. Because here's the thing. If you go back to this, there's a very, very, very small percentage of weirdos like this weirdo, that are going to recognize this as inclusive. But normies, they recognize this as just ugly and unappealing.
Yeah.
Right? They don't care. Normies
Yep.
look at this. We don't care about, you know, even your standard character creator. Like, we do want options, but we want the options to make our character aesthetically pleasing. Like, normie people want aesthetically pleasing characters. Okay? And we don't care about representation of very, very niche things that only, like, 10 people are gonna, like, recognize. You know what I mean? So, this is just... All this does is turn regular people off of the game. It's like, really? I have to play as, like, this ugly, weird thing with the weird horns? He wears, like, a gym tank top? Like, I don't want to play as that. You know what I mean? You can scroll through here, it's like, this isn't very appealing. Like...
What's with the fucking jaw on, like, everybody? What is that jaw? Like, literally everybody.
Well, it's just... Again, I go back here, like... It goes back to art style again. Like, this is... Yeah, you got the vitiligo, ooh, you got the wavy hair, but, like, I'm sorry, but this is boring. This is boring. You know? There's nothing interesting about this. Now, these little tattoos, if they meant something, would be cool. But the style... Look, what the fuck?
What is this?
What the fuck am I looking at here? I just...
Ellen DeGeneres as an elf? as a Chad elf?
Yeah, it's for Giga Chad Ellen DeGeneres elf. I don't know.
Giga DeGeneres.
I just...
No?
I'm gonna check chat, hang on.
Giga Chad Elfin DeGeneres? Huh?
Elfin DeGeneres? Blair White will never be included because she's admitted she's male and is humoring the idea that being trans may be a trauma response and not a biological thing like being gay. Well, that's the thing, like, Blair White behaves like a normal person, and she gets on with her life because she accepts that she's not the thing that she is pretending to be. She fully accepts the fact that she's trying to pass as the thing, but she is not and never will be the thing. And the fact that she's reconciled and come to terms with that reality makes her well adjusted and normal in society. But you can't have normal. Normal isn't allowed. So that's why she's ostracized. When Andromeda bombed, they were surprised because people that raised warnings were told BioWare magic would ensure success. Yeah, there's a lot of that going around right now. There's a lot of arrogance bringing down studios, and we're going to get to that a little bit later in this podcast. Anyway, that's really there is right now for Dragon Age Veilguard. This game comes out in October, I think. It's right around the corner. So I am not seeing a lot of hype for this. I'm just not. All I'm seeing are memes and ratios on YouTube videos, and that is and low pre-order numbers. There is no data point that I have seen that points to this game being a success. Maybe it'll prove me wrong, but I don't think it will. And it very well could be the end of BioWare because of it. Like, I feel like this game really is BioWare's last shot, because you have to remember the last 3 games they released were what? They released Andromeda, Anthem, and what? Did they release anything else? I guess Mass Effect 3, which basically, like, lied to everybody about their choices meaning anything.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think BioWare is long for this world. And honestly, if these are the kind of people that are inside of BioWare, and these are the kind of people that BioWare want to pander to, then good riddance. So.
Yeah.
Good night, Blue Sky. Thanks for joining me. Have a good night, my friend. Okay. I'm gonna move on from this, but we'll see. We'll see in literally, like, what, next month. What happens with this thing? It's gonna underperform.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me. I gotta switch my I gotta switch over because I got a new.
We got rid of Miranda's ass effect. Yeah.
God, and then there was mods that brought it back too. Let's see here. This.
We got rid of the mass in Mass Effect.
And let me. Hang on, I gotta stop.
Massless effect.
Share. This. Go. All right, so you should be able to see everything on your end, Genie.
Yep.
Okay. Good. And move this over here. God, I wish I had 3 monitors. I really wish I had 3 monitors.
Real.
Okay, now let's talk about. Oh, I didn't switch the source. Let's talk about this. Well, we're a little late to the game, but what happened this last week is, or let me back up further than that. So this was revealed on September 20th, which is 8 days ago, and I would say within the we understood what happened according to this video, and it wasn't until the last, I would say, 3 or 4 days where we got like the why and the how. And I did a bunch of research into this. I teased it a little in chat for the OCP, how I was like digging into what the hell happened, and I got about halfway there until the people who actually do this full time dropped some videos, particularly a couple channels, Muujin and Bellalar News. And you can love him or hate him, disagree or agree with Bellalar. I like to watch Bellalar just because he has like a really good grasp on like the business side of things, and he's really good at like taking the perspective of decision makers within businesses and like why they make the decisions that they make and stuff like that. And I think that's a really valuable perspective that he provides that I don't really know very much others that provide it. So you can. I know he's one of the people who has like this, blind spot to the cultural aspect of why games fail, but he does provide insight into the business that I think is valuable. And he actually dropped a really, really good video about not just what happened, but why and how. And so I got about halfway there, and then he basically just like dropped the video, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to take notes from his video now. So he basically he fleshed out and corroborated what I had figured out. And then there's a few other sources as well, like Muujin and a few others. So I'm going to play this video. I know that you watched it before, but we're just going to kind of let it play. And then there's a couple of places where we'll stop, and I'm going to do some storytelling.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go ahead and play this. Yesterday, Colin Moriarty is like one of an OG game journal. He's been in that space for a long freaking time, and then he got out of it more recently. So he has like a lot of like tentacles, across the industry essentially. Like
Where did he work?
Oh, he worked.
Chat can't hear it.
Oh, chat can't hear it. Okay, let me get that fixed. That. Okay, you should be able to hear it now. I'm going to restart it so the chat can hear it. Muted? What's muted? You should be able to hear this.
Yeah, you should be able to hear that.
Yeah. Let me make sure. Yeah, I have the source.
Everything? What do you mean everything's muted? You
What?
clearly just heard us.
Huh? How's that possible? Are you sure that your speakers didn't get the video? How?
You're muted? Fix now.
Oh. I don't know how. That's bizarre.
What?
Okay, well, either way. So everybody can hear everything now, right? Okay, we're gonna keep going. Basically, he's just saying that, like, he's been talking to somebody that was a developer on Concord.
The video is still muted, says Silent Villain.
I don't understand.
Yeah, they can't hear the video.
That's strange. I don't know how that's.
You have the audio set to be this this source specifically.
Care
How about now?
Concord, and I think people will be interested about it. The reason that I wanted to talk about it is because some of the assumptions that I had made about the game were dead wrong, as far as how much it cost.
Okay, we're good.
And how much Sony really lost on it. So the big thing that you really need to know here about this is that Concord cost about $400 million to make.
Oh my god.
And the story goes that
That laughter of
Concord, by the time Concord was,
just
so in the
like,
first quarter of 2023,
disbelief.
Concord had basically
shock. Yeah, like when you literally have no words. You know, so
Yeah.
all you have left is just kind of have like this weird, this kind of awkward laugh.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Just-
Yeah, genuinely, that
Like
is
the-
like.
The way I do it is I kind of will like jostle my words. I'll be like, "Are you serious?" That's my shocked laugh. You know.
entered an alpha state. This was before
I just
Sony
laugh.
had even purchased the team. But Sony had been working with Probably Monsters, and which was the original owner of Firewalk and Firewalk, probably since late 2020, maybe 2021 at the latest.
Okay, so that was the first tip-off. It is Probably Monsters. Okay, so this is the first, like, how do I say this? There's two main questions that come out of this. One is, how do they manage to have to spend $400 million to make this game? And the other is, what inspired Sony to pursue the purchase of Firewalk Studio outright? Right? Those are like the two things. Those are like the two big questions that are like, why and how was this able to happen? Okay, so I did some digging because he dropped that name, Probably Monsters, that I didn't even recognize. I was like I didn't think anything of it until like the third time I watched this, and I was like, what the fuck is Probably Monsters? So I looked up Probably Monsters. So Probably Monsters is a studio that's very much in the same vein as like Embracer Group, right?
Okay.
The CEO of Probably Monsters is a guy named Howard Ryan. You might recognize that name.
Howard Ryan?
Do you think Bungie? Think OG Destiny?
Howard Ryan. Howard Ryan.
I can tell you.
I'm
I
not good
can-
with names.
Okay,
Let me Google them.
go ahead and Google him. Yeah, I'll let you tell the chat who Howard Ryan is.
American baseball first baseman? Oh, that's right, Howard. Sorry.
Not Nolan Ryan. Wait, that was a pitcher.
No. Why is it trying to be Ryan? Wait, Howard Ryan, not Ryan Howard. All I get is Ryan Howard, the baseball man.
It should be Howard Ryan. Oh, Harold Ryan. Sorry. Harold Ryan.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I was giving you the wrong name. Wow, the story's off to a
Oh,
great
it's the
start.
former Bungie. I do know who this is. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the former
there you go.
CEO of Bungie.
Yeah, so this guy, he started off as a QA tester, and he worked himself all the way up to become the fucking CEO of Bungie. So this guy is a self-made dude with a fuck ton of pedigree, because while he was CEO, he released both Halo Reach and OG Destiny. Right? Which was like
both amazing.
And Destiny was like this one of the Western AAA's first like real big successful live service games, right?
Yeah.
Kind of it almost pioneered the live service model, in a lot of ways.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the ongoing monetization schemes and all these kinds of things. The OG Destiny kind of brought that into the forefront of Western
OG Destiny.
AAA.
Here's the thing, OG Destiny didn't have that. OG Destiny just had DLC. There was no season passes. There was no. They added Eververse later on, which was like basically buying cosmetics and stuff like that.
Well, I think the idea is
But
just like a perpetual online game that has because you had to buy the DLC, didn't you?
Yeah. You just buy the DLC, but that's it. It's just like, oh, you buy the game, okay, cool, and then you buy the DLCs, like I don't know, $30, something like that. Right, and then you play the DLC, and then the next DLC is another $30. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then like half a year later was the first major expansion, right? The year after the game came out,
Mm-hmm.
and that was like another like $50 DLC or something like that.
But
Right.
the point is
but at the time, the way that Bungie that Destiny was viewed, it was viewed as an MMO, simple as.
right. It was an MMO, but I kind of had like. I don't know. I guess it might have been like a proto live service game.
Yeah. Eventually, it did start taking up the live service model, but I don't think they were the ones that popularized it. I think they picked that up after they were seeing other people doing it.
They picked it
and
up
then
and they
moved
got
to live service model.
and they got really fucking good at it.
Yeah, and then they got rid of like the base cost of the game, and people were just buying DLC basically.
Yeah,
The game itself was free.
and they mastered
There's no
the live
content,
service
but-
model, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in 2016, he leaves Bungie, and he has a fuck ton of pedigree at this point, right? And he's the one who forms, probably Monsters later that same year. Okay. And he fills the ranks initially of this company with a big handful of ex-Bungie developers, as well as a handful of people, a hodgepodge of people from like Respawn, Activision, and BioWare, right? So he's got like all these, at the time, higher pedigree, names attached to the people that are working in his studio, okay? And he basically kind of runs this studio kind of like on the underground at first. He's basically cooking up all these different little projects and stuff like that. Now, like I said, this company is actually run kind of similar to Embracer Group. And Embracer Group, what they did is they, instead of like forming all these like sub internal studios, Embracer Group just outright bought them, right? Because they had like massive funding from like the Saudis that eventually fell through, and that's why they had to like fire sell all those IPs to break even and split up the studio into all the 3 studios, and it just shambled the whole company. Well, this team did the same thing, except they built the studios from within, right?
Okay.
So they get this pre-seed money in 2019. It's about $18 million, probably coming from like himself and his like investor buddies and stuff like that. And then in 2019, he forms Firewalk inside. So Firewalk is like the first of like the like internal studio that's under the umbrella of Probably Monsters. And Firewalk is dedicated to cooking this game that Colin here eventually reveals is called Project Chaos internally, but that's Concord. And then there's a few others that form at the same time. So he forms Firewalk, and then there's a couple more that form around the same time, a little bit afterwards. One is called Battle Barge. And their Battle Barge is filled with like ex-Torchlight and Borderlands devs. And they're cooking up like a co-op RPG title. Okay, cool. And then there's a third little studio called Cauldron that they form. and that is filled with former God of War and
Sounds
Destiny.
familiar.
Yeah, their team is a bunch of former God of War and Destiny devs, and they're cooking up a narrative-driven game. Okay, so we've got we've got this umbrella company of probably monsters, and then we've got these subsidiary companies. These little, they're almost like single A, double A companies, but they're basically cooking up AAA level games with AAA budgets. But they don't have a AAA budget. Okay? Their business model is we're basically going to form all these little studios who are going to focus on a single game. And then that game is essentially the marketing tool to get that studio a publishing deal. And hopefully the studio gets sold off, essentially. And then they just keep forming, they just keep, absorbing developers, high pedigree developers, having them form these little tiny studios that have one game. And then that game is what gets the studios, hopefully, a publishing deal. And ideally, it gets the whole studio sold off, essentially. So that's the business model of Probably Monsters.
So their business model is basically to acquire talent, right? Bring publicity to them, and then make money by selling them all.
Yes,
That's
it's
smart.
Yeah, it is really
It's
smart.
almost like a training program, almost.
Kind of. So what happens is now this all happens 2019, 2020. What happens around that time? What's the big global thing that happens around that time? COVID happens, right?
Kofifi.
Yeah, Kofefe happens, and that runs all the way into 2022, right? 2022 was the tail, the last year of a COVID era, right?
Yeah.
In 2022, as part of the ridiculous inflationary investment that happens to basically any company that stands to gain by everybody staying home with their eyes glued to screens all fucking day, right? Well, obviously, gaming companies are are under that category, right? So they do a fundraiser, a Series A fundraiser. So fundraisers are done in Series A, B, C, and D. Usually, the biggest series fundraising happens in the mid ones, like B and C, because A is the one that gets all the attention, and then once it has the attention, then B and C happens, and bam, that's when they get all the funding. But in this case, because of Mr. Ryan's connections and pedigree, and the pedigree of the developers in his studio, he gets $250 million in Series A right out of the gate from all of these investors, right? And this is a part of this massive COVID investor boom that happened in the gaming industry. Winnie the Flu. I'd never heard that one. That is the best one I've heard. I have never heard that before. I've heard
really good.
The Commie Cop. I've heard that one. Okay, but anyway, okay. So, let me turn around before
Is
this
it because
investment.
Winnie the Pooh is yellow?
No, it's because Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh. And he takes such offense to it, he actually banned any representation of Winnie the Pooh inside China.
It's funny.
So they call so as a subversive joke, they call Xi Jinping Winnie the Pooh. So Winnie the Flu is a double entendre on that. It's very clever, very clever. Anyway, okay, so let's backtrack. How does Concord fit into this? So Firework began in 2018 as a subsidiary studios. It's kind of like how Massive Entertainment is a subsidiary under Ubisoft, who made Star Wars Outlaws. Same kind of similar thing, except Massive was the first party, right? Okay, so they struck. Sony comes in 2021, and they secure a publishing deal with Firewalk. Okay, now what inspired this publishing deal?
What did Firewalk make?
Well, Firewalk was making basically a hero arena shooter to compete with Overwatch, right?
Okay.
And now, what is Sony pursuing at around this time, around the 2020, 2021 time frame? What did they, right in the heart of COVID, what does Jim Ryan over at Sony see dollar signs in?
Live service.
Live service, exactly. Now, so they're looking for publishing partners for live service games, essentially. And Concord and Firewalk is one of the first ones, right? So they go in, and it's because of this deal that, Sony's very friendly relationship with Bungie. They have a very friendly relationship with Mr. Ryan. Because they have a very remember, they bought Bungie outright for $3.6 billion in 2022, right? They have a very good relationship with Bungie. So they see this little studio started up by their friend Mr. Ryan, who has a bunch of Bungie devs working on this arena shooter that's supposed to compete with Concord or with Overwatch, and they need to start building up their live service game roster. So Firewalk and Concord is like a pretty obvious first choice for them, right? So they secure a publishing deal in 2021, and as a part of that deal, they get a brand new building, they get a brand new HQ, and they also fund the expansion of that team. So at this point, when they get that, so you have the publishing deal, which who knows how many millions of dollars Sony spent for that. But they're also paying for a new building, all the overhead that comes with that new building, like office management, all that kind of shit, as well as expansion of the team to develop this game. Because you have to remember, like when you're signing a deal like that for your platform, you're going to send your engineers into that development team to make sure that that game that's being developed is optimized for the platform, right?
Yeah.
So they're expanding the team and they're paying all this fucking money. They're basically funding the development of this game before they even think about buying the studio outright. So you you could think then that seed money happens, that $250 million thing happens, that gets spread out to the 3 different studios. So if you're generous, maybe $100 million goes to Concord, right? They buy, or let me get my thoughts straight on this. I'm sorry, Chet. I'm still new at doing this. The picture is you have a ton of really high pedigree developers from different games under a very successful CEO, plus the COVID investors bubble. It's basically a massive financial bubble that's getting blown up to bursting levels. In April of 2023, Sony announces the acquisition of Firewalk from Probably Monsters. They have like 450 developers at this point because the teams are getting bloated up, which is kind of strange actually, because Sony's history of purchasing games is usually like they only purchase studios that have like proven themselves. Like they didn't buy Insomniac until after the Spider-Man, but they bought this studio without any games under their belt. It's kind of strange. And interestingly, by June, Probably Monsters, they announced the cancellation of the Cauldron project, and that's because they couldn't get a publisher, right? Because the whole business model is find a publisher and hopefully find someone to buy the whole studio. Well, that didn't happen with the Cauldron project, so the project gets killed. Because again, they're building a AAA game on a single and AA budget. They can't actually finish the game that they're trying to make. They're counting, they have to basically get that buyout for it to get finished. So if it doesn't get the buyout, it doesn't get finished, it gets canceled. That's what happened to Cauldron. And now you're left with this problem, right? The games in development, it's a battle royale and a co-op RPG made by Torchlight devs. These kinds of games aren't in vogue at this point. You know what I mean? By 2022, 2021, that whole end of the COVID era, arena hero shooters are out of vogue. And Sony just purchased this as a premium. And why did they purchase it? Well, because their live service plans went to shit. The Horizon Zero Dawn thing got announced and then went dark, and we haven't heard from it since. The Last of Us 2 live service gets canceled, right? The number of games, live service games, goes from like more than 10 to just 6. You know, their live service plans are in shambles. They get lucky with Arrowhead and Helldivers, right? But Helldivers is a third party. They desperately need a first party live service game, basically. And so they basically fall for a sunken cost fallacy. So they sunk probably $100 million between the building and the overhead and the publishing deal. And now they've got to buy out that investment that went into it from that seed money to buy it and make it first party, which is probably like another $100 million. So there's your $200 million up to the point, you know, of the purchase and all the initial development up to the purchase. And so now they have this game. It's like, okay, we have a first party team developing our first live service game, and that's basically all they have. So they kind of have no choice but to just see it through. So they look into it, and what's going on? Well, it's fucking toxic as fuck. So this is an article with Smash JT. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's basically going over the toxicity going on at the team. And they talk about how, you know, the toxic positivity and the arrogance of this person who demanded everybody call her the professor and all that kind of shit. So basically you have like this really gross ideology. Yeah, I think. It sounds like, you know, but that's the thing. It's like this studio was inundated by these fucking creeps and weirdos, essentially. I mean, you have to think. Think about Bungie. Bungie is a woke as fuck company. I mean, look at like every single fucking Longhouse flag exists in new Halo games. You know what I mean? As part of the, you know, character color schemes and shit like that. I mean, like that's like trans flag, you know, bisexual flag, you know, all intersex flag, all the stupid fucking identitarian flags. They're all in
the Halo games, though.
You know, yeah.
Bungie didn't make the new Halo games, though.
Not anymore. Not anymore, but it's the attitude. You know? And so that carried over into Firewalk. And they realized, like, oh shit, we've got this shit show that we've already sunk $200 million in, and it's the only thing we have to, like, flag as a flagship for our already in shambles live service plans. So at this point, they basically have no choice but to pump as much as they can into it and hope for the best. So that's where the $200 million comes from.
Think about it.
In 1 year.
I don't think Bungie ever added
was it Destiny that did that?
The Destiny. No.
Oh my gosh, what was it? I could have sworn that there was like a Halo game or a Bungie game or something like that just had like all kinds of like the pride flags and shit.
It might have been Halo, but Halo isn't a Bungie game anymore. Hasn't been for like a long time.
Not anymore.
And like none of the new games were made by Bungie.
Well,
Destiny, to my knowledge, never had any sort of like the pride stuff. They had pride stuff in like accounts you can make on like the Bungie website. You can get like pride flags for like your like logo, not your logo, but like for your like profile picture and stuff like that. Like there's stuff like that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
either way, the studio is filled with this toxic.
So.
Well, either way, the studio is filled with this really
There's
toxic
some emblems,
shit.
maybe. I think. I think there's like emblems that had like the pride stuff because they would do like for like charity events and shit. Or for like pride events, maybe. But it'd be like no more than like an emblem. That's
fine. It's kind of a moot point, to be honest, because the whole point is like these are the kind of people that are filling this Firewalk studio.
I get you. Yeah.
I'm gonna let's just play it a little bit more.
On Concord, the game was in development before that. Up to the point that the game went into alpha state, they had already spent about $200 million on it. And it's unclear how much of that money is from probably Monsters and the original investors into the game and how much of that money was from Sony. There's this term in product development, not only with games, but really with everything. You can like manufacture a tchotchke. You guys might have heard of it. It's called minimum viability, or a minimum viable product.
Mhm.
The idea behind this,
My nose is bleeding.
or MVP.
What? Your nose is bleeding.
Yeah.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Keep going.
Okay.
The idea behind this is that this is like what you're trying to achieve, and it's like once you cross this barrier, you feel comfortable selling it. It's not that it's the best it can be, or that it's what it's going to be by the time you launch it, because there's all sorts of extra stuff you do to it, but like, this is the minimum viability of the product. When the game had already had $200 million spent on it and was basically in an alpha form in quarter one of 2023, from that point until the game launched, Sony spent another $200 million on it. The scuttlebutt behind the scenes about Concord is that the game was in a laughable shape when it was shown, and basically like when the alpha was ready to go and they were kind of being like, we're ready to kind of get moving towards getting this thing out in the next year or two. It was in such horrible shape that Sony felt like they needed to spend that much money again. So, 200 plus 200 to get the game to the MVP status, not to the status of it being like a great game, to get it to just viability. And that
Jesus.
at that time in quarter one 2023, there was nothing done. Like, a major expense was having to urgently outsource much of the game to other studios to finish building the game out.
That's another thing I forgot to mention. Besides the new building and the overhead and the publishing deal and all that kind of stuff, they also spent a ton of money on outsourcing. So it's like you could easily see all that adding up to like around $100 million, and then to buy the studio outright, they have to pay out at a premium all that investor money that was poured into it from that Series A seed, which is like another roughly 100 million. So 100 plus 100, that's 200. To the point of acquisition. And then from there to release, they had to dump another 200 million to get it into releasable state. So, yeah, I think it's crazy about this is that from probably Monsters' point of view, they satisfied their investors extremely well. You know what I mean? They made out like bandits on this. They got Sony to basically fund practically the entire development of this game and buy them a new building to boot. And then they got Sony to buy the studio, which shifts all of the risk from probably Monsters onto Sony. Like, there is no happier person in this deal than probably Monsters. Like, their business model worked perfectly for this project, and Sony got fucking fleeced because they were so desperate to salvage their live service desires. That's where all this money. That's why all this money is getting spent the way it's getting spent.
And that two fundamental things were not worked on at all up to the point in which the game was shown in alpha. Onboarding, nothing about that. No, like there was nothing about how players get on, like how they make their character, all that kind of stuff, or choose their character and get there. And monetization. Two very expensive, very specific and boutique things that happen to games like this. And so that's the first thing that I wanted to say, is that it's not only about the ongoing cost, which would be in the millions to keep the game going per month, but that the game cost about $400 million to make, soup to nuts. Sony put most of that money in, and it is not only so, because we had kind of said like this must be Sony's biggest loss ever on a game, and it is. It's the biggest game Sony's ever released from a budgetary standpoint from the first party or second party.
Mm-hmm.
So let that sink in.
It's crazy.
And it's totally unintuitive. There are games that are in development right now at Sony first and second party that are more expensive than this. But as of the games that have come out so far, so think about like Spider-Man 2 and so on and so forth. We know The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million. Spider-Man 3 is going to cost about $350 million. This game costs more than that. And they lost all of it because they made no money. They made about $1 million gross revenue, and then they gave it all back. So this is a huge, multiple hundreds of millions of dollar loss. Now the question is, why? Why did this happen?
Before he gets into his why, another part of that massive 200 million that was kind of shown Like, it's very much proved by the fact that the credits for the game is an hour long. Which is like... I actually skimmed through the whole credit sequence, and the most of it are just like they just listed every single person that worked at the studio, like down to the janitors, basically. So it's kind of deceptive, you know. But still, like you could. But even with that, there's so much like personnel bloat. I mean, because like think about it, like you're gonna spend $200 million to expand and build out and finish a game in a year, from a laughable state. That rapid expansion, you're gonna cause so much inefficiency and bloat and by committee decisions. You know what I mean? Like it. And not only that, but they're also spending money on all those high quality animations and little vignettes and the anthology entry into the secret levels thing that Amazon's doing that we're still gonna get to see. You know, so they're spending that money as well. It's fucking insane.
This game was heavily championed behind the scenes. Now we know this because Sony ended up. What's funny is that the game is presented in Q1 2023 as this, you know, we're kind of getting towards the end. The game is nowhere near being done. It's in a horrible position. And then Sony buys the team.
Yeah.
The idea behind this was, and the term apparently verbatim had been used, that Concord is the future of PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
That they had such major ambition for this game that it was referred to internally as a Star Wars-like project for Sony. That it can be repeatedly revisited over and over and over again, not only in cross-media, but in what we were seeing. We've already kind of seen little bits of it. So the weekly story vignettes that they were going to release, and then, of course, the inclusion in Amazon's Secret Levels anthology, that's like just scratching the surface of it. Ironically, the game was codenamed Chaos behind the scenes. And a major thing about the game is that there was, and I think we can kind of get this vibe from just the nature of the people making it and kind of the way the game reads and all that, a toxic positivity vibe. You weren't allowed to say anything, apparently internally, about this game. About how, like, something's wrong with it, character designs are not right, and so on and so forth. They really, truly believe this was Herman Hulst's baby, apparently. And he internally was himself a massive champion of the game. So it's not that. So the reason I'm telling you all of this, it's some interesting information, of course, but it's that I had said.
That's pretty much it for it right there. It's interesting how he mentioned the current CEO, like, championing this game the way he champions it.
Yeah.
But it's just like, your development team is in a race car going 300 miles per hour. And if you switch drivers in the middle of going 300 miles per hour and that driver deviates just a little bit, you're going to crash the car in spectacular fashion. You know, like, he's got no choice but to continue that championing. You know what I mean? Like, it's already, the train's already left the station. It's going full blast. You know, even though it's heading at a cliff, they've got no choice but to just, like, hit the gas, and maybe the train will float over the gap and hit the tracks on the other side. You know, they've got they're stuck. They're stuck. They've already made the decision. Because what he says is like, this is the future of PlayStation. It's like, yeah, this is going to be the flagship of our string of live service games. And we're going to say, hey, this game, you know, is of such high quality. And guess what? Now you can expect all the live service games released after this to be of the same quality. Do you think that people, after the massive failure of this, are going to have any confidence in the Horizon Zero Dawn live service game that's apparently still cooking? No. Dude, Sony's fucking, like, what's the next one that's coming out? What's that stupid thief thing, that Robin Hood bullshit thing called? Fucking Fair Game. How do you think that? Or what about fucking Marathon? Who's like, that's basically in development by the Bungie team that got fucking absorbed into Sony Interactive Entertainment because Bungie was a shit show after Sony bought them. Because remember, that happened earlier this year. They fucking gutted Bungie and took the remainder and just absorbed them into Sony proper. And they're working on Marathon. Apparently Marathon is a shit show too. Maybe they'll shift all the Bungie people from Firewalk over to that group to help them out on Marathon. Who knows? But, like, I'm telling you, dude, their whole live service plans are fucking cooked. Absolutely cooked. After this. It's probably going to go down as one of the most spectacular, or if not the most spectacular, failure / turning point in gaming history. But I hope I know that I kind of fumbled through that. I'm sorry about that, chat. I'm gonna try to get better at that. But I hope that like giving you like some background as to like what the business model was, how the transaction happened, and kind of like how the COVID bubble, how they had to buy out that COVID investment to purchase the game, and they had to purchase it because they had to have a first party live service success, and you know what I mean, and that's why they bought it, you know, and so they had all these sunken costs. And then you had the toxic environment within the team itself, that made it a whole shit show, and the rest is history. Sony has a $400 million loss on their hands. The live service plans is absolutely in shambles. I don't know, man. The thing is, like, I'm like worried for Sony, and if I'm worried, you know that the C-suites over in Sony are fucking worried. That's all I have on this. You hear Rocksteady was given green light for a new Batman Arkham? Yeah, I did. It's called like... Oh, I can't remember what it's called. Like Arkham Legend or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, I did see that. You know what did I just do, Angel? But now unless you have some context as to like that, how that much money was spent and why it was spent. Now, I said like this could go down as the biggest failure that sinks like a massive plan in history. Well, I became a games journalist. Oh God, no, anything but that.
Oh
no. Let me see here. Interestingly, like I said, I just said that this is the biggest failure in gaming history that could sink the future of their plans. Well, Ubisoft is rivaling that right now. So, let me do a quick summary of the. Actually, I'm not going to summarize, but this was just the latest example of like marketing blunders that they did for Assassin's Creed Shadows, where they featured this one-legged gate. By the way, these are called Tori gates, which are the gates that lead to Shinto shrines in Japan. And there's a famous one in Nagasaki that is like the remnant of one of the biggest Tori gates that got halved by the bomb, basically. So it's like left behind as a monument.
That's so cool that like it removed just half of it and the other half stayed.
I'm actually going to Nagasaki next April.
How does that even happen?
I'm gonna try to see it. I don't know. I have no idea. But you know, I guess I'm not gonna go over them. But I just I went to that park place. There we go. And I just looked up AC Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I just kind of went down. And it's like you can just look at all the controversies of this thing. We can start all the way down. Let's see.
Fucking wombo combo.
It's just it goes on and on and on and on and on. It starts here, pretty much. Actually, no, it doesn't. It keeps going. See, that's the thing. Look how far down I have to scroll. Here's the beginning, right here. So they make that announcement trailer, and this woman turns about the weirdo who's a weirdo. This is like the Japanese history consultant they use, who was like a weirdo who was obsessed with like gay pedophile love in the amongst samurai in like medieval Japan. It's like,
what the fuck?
Like, what the fuck? Why would that be the consultant that you use? You know? And then you have
transgenerational sex.
It's fucking that's man. Yeah, it's like, yes, this is the Japanese historian that I trust. You know, it's like, what the fuck? This is Brooke Davies, by the way. This white girl. This is Brooke Davies, by the way. She's the associate narrative director on the game. So like this was like the vignette that they released with the initial trailer that featured the Yasuke massacring Japanese people to sick hip hop beats, if you remember. Then you have drama on Reddit. You have the monetization thing scandal. You have the initial stock crash after it. You have CD Projekt Red coming out and saying, like, yeah, this is wrong, and he was forced to apologize by the mob. It just goes, massive downvoting. It just goes on and on and on and on. They steal the flag from the rifle corps. I can't remember what it was called. And they do all these marketing blunders just constantly. This is it, the Japanese reenactment group. It's like a rifle corps. I can't remember exactly what it's called. Then you have...
I apologize for it.
They have the former Communist Party Japanese guy who comes out and supports it. And the Japanese make the meme songs about Yasuke being like a murderer of Asian people, and they use Zoro's sword that they buy off of Amazon from One Piece, and they use it as like a prop in like in a booth. That booth that gets no traffic, by the way. Turns out that not only is he black, but he's black and he's pansexual, because of course he is. But you see, just the journals come out. They're a bunch of racist assholes. Thomas Lockley is just the Thomas Lockley discrediting.
It's fucking like yeah. Unmasked.
Mm-hmm. And
fucking like Scooby-Doo style.
Yeah, it's just. But you see, like, how much controversy has happened. This is the most recent one right here. And then after all this, this happens. They pull it of the Tokyo Game Show. Like, last minute. Yeah, and it's crazy, too, because companies like Ubisoft, they spend millions of dollars on prepping and on booths and marketing materials and stuff like that for these kinds of major game show events. They had already spent that money by the time they pulled out on it. They just let all that money go. They pull out of PAX Australia as well. They pull out of everything, basically, and announce that the game is getting delayed into February. Now, I think it's funny to laugh at the whole Black History Month angle, but the real reason that they're doing this is, I think is because their fiscal year ends on March 31st, and they know that the vast majority of the sales are going to happen in the 4 to 6 weeks after launch. So they basically want to push the game back as much as they can, while still making sure that just about all the profits from it stay within the current fiscal year. And they need to do that because they desperately need to break even. They were initially planning on being 9 figures in the black this year, and Star Wars Outlaws happened, and the Spiral happened, and then they realized, oh no, Assassin's Creed is the linchpin that holds this company together. If Assassin's Creed fails, the company is probably sunk. So, then this happens. I don't think there's actually much to this. This is very much a case of we have investigated ourselves and discovered that we have done nothing wrong. And the reasons for that is that the 5 Guillemot brothers that own the company are on this board. So I don't really think much is going to come out of this. We was Ronins and shit. But there were some interesting things that have happened since. There was this. So Yves Guillemot released an internal memo to the company that got leaked. By the way, this is a fantastic site, insidergaming.com. There's a lot of juicy shit on this site. And this is the memo. This whole paragraph I'm going to skip because this is basically him waffling about Outlaws. But he says, in today's ultra-competitive market, players expect extraordinary experiences and ultra-polished games on day one. No, we don't. We don't expect ultra-polished on day one. We just expect competence on day one. Like, that's what we expect. It doesn't have to be ultra-polished. It just has to function well, you know? We need to continue to improve when it comes to fine-tuning our games and delivering outstanding gameplay. This is what will enable Ubisoft to again create the best games in the industry. It's really interesting here because, yeah, there's a lot of corpo speak in this memo, but the corpo speak is dropped, and he actually admits to failure several times across this memo. Consequently, we decided to delay the AC Shadows to February 14th, Valentine's Day. The game is already playable and of high quality. If it was of high quality, then why did you delay it? And has all the features the team wanted to integrate into this ambitious experience. This unusual decision at such an advanced stage is motivated by our desire to offer an optimal experience from launch on all platforms and various PC configurations, and to remove the small frictions we typically use to address in post-launch title updates. So they're basically just banking on the current arrogant state of AAA games and how they basically think that, like, we have captured the audience and we can now exploit them and be as lazy as possible and get away with it. And they're learning the very... And I think that was actually true for a little bit. But they're learning very quickly and very harshly that that is no longer the case. Let's see. Then there's some really interesting things he says, and we'll get into the financials, the actual letter here in a sec. As a result of listening to player feedback on other topics, our new releases, starting with Assassin's Creed Shadows, will again be available on Steam on launch day. They're crawling back to Steam day one. Because remember, up until this point, since 2019, they've had exclusivity with Epic Game Store. And that shitty Uplay platform that nobody likes.
It's just not great. Yeah.
Everybody fucking hates it. Also currently rethinking our season pass model for our upcoming games. For Assassin's Creed Shadows, all players will have access to the game at the same time. So no early access. And those who have pre-ordered the game will get the first expansion for free. I actually want to switch to the letter at this point, because this just bullet points it. Assassin's Creed will be released on February 14th. We are departing from the Season Pass model. All players will be able to enjoy the game at the same time on February 14th, and those who pre-order the game will be granted the first expansion for free. They also are giving... Now, they say, like, the reason that they're refunding...
It's a fucking bribe.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that a lot of people are saying that the reason that the refunds on the pre-orders are happening is because the game is such shit, and they're actually going to be delaying it further. I don't think that's the case. I think that the reason that they're refunding the pre-orders is because they've significantly changed what they're selling in the pre-orders. And when you change the offer that much, you can't charge...
Yeah.
You have to basically refund them, because you've altered the scope of what you're offering. So if, like, people bought it for early access and they're no longer offering early access, well, they have to get a refund.
That's true.
That's why they're offering... That's why they're proactively giving refunds, because they've completely changed what the pre-order offer actually is. And it's also interesting how they're running back to Steam, because they're running back to Steam. They're doing Steam day one for this game. They're also, it says right here, about Star Wars Outlaws. Star Wars Outlaws is coming to Steam on November 21st. Which... The fact that they're crawling back to Steam is very, very interesting to me. Because that's
a strong long-term performer.
I know. It's corporal bullshit. They're doing this too with Minecraft Generation. The biggest game is an indie. They could have... Wait. I gotta go up a little bit. They have lost 90% of their value. They are worth less than $1 billion, and that's nothing, all things considered. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I actually think I'm gonna buy, like, a couple $100 worth of their stock. Let's say that... Unironically, We Was Kings got me interested in African history. Oh yeah, I wrote a whole alternative story to Assassin's Creed Shadows that I said on stream several times, actually, about how to, like, properly use Yasuke not as a playable character in Shadows, but how to set him up for a playable character in like a Mozambique set like in Africa Assassin's Creed game. There are plenty of African empires I would have liked to see in an AC setting. Well, they did do Egypt. They have done that. But there are a lot of really interesting African empires that could easily host an Assassin's Creed story. But that's besides the point. But I just... you have to remember that, like, things must be really dire in sales on the PC side because the Epic Game Store, they only take 12% of sales. Steam takes 30%. And yet, they're crawling back to Steam. because that's where everybody on PC is. And then you also have to factor in the fact that, like, have you seen, like, what games are getting released in February? Fucking... Dude. Fucking Monster Hunter is getting released in...
Oh, no!
Fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Avowed.
Oh, no!
Civ 6. All of these games are getting released within, like, just, like, the 1 or 2 weeks surrounding AC Shadows. Dude, this game is gonna get fucking baffoed. Blown the fuck out. BTFO'd like crazy by all these other games. They're not going to break even in 20. They're not going to break even this fiscal year. They just don't have the goodwill. They don't have the goodwill. So I know, Gabe, where did it lead you? Right back to me. I know Gabe does nothing, wins. Oh man. But yeah, like within, let me see if I have it here. There's also this Investor for Revolt that's going on, and it's actually gaining traction. Actually, this is actually one of the reasons I want to buy the stock. I want to buy like $200 worth of stock, and then I want to actually join in with AJ Investors. AJ Investors is the activist organization that's been like pushing to leverage EU minority law to force the company to either go private or to kick out the Guillemot management. They had a 1% shareholder buy-in to their plan via proxy war. Do you know what a proxy war is in shares and stuff like that?
No.
So when you buy, like, you know what shareholders are, right?
Yeah.
So what can happen? So there's these two kinds of investors. There's like activist investors who like they buy stock for the explicit purpose of actually wanting to influence the decision making in the direction that the company goes. And then there's what most people do, which are passive buyers who basically want to sit on the stock and collect dividends and stuff like that, right? Well, AJ Investors is an activist group. And they're trying to initiate a proxy war. And a proxy war is basically where if you have, let's say, 100 shares of Ubisoft stock and you agree with AJ, the activist investors' plans, you can essentially lend that group your vote share in the decisions that the company makes. Because every year... Disney just recently did this with Nelson Peltz. They basically put out a questionnaire, and it's like, do we do this or that? Do we allow this person on the board or not? And that kind of thing. And then they vote. All the shareholders vote yes, no, yes, no. And that's how shareholders influence the direction the company goes in. Well, a proxy war is an investor group basically organizes and gets other shareholders, to lend them their votes so that they can vote on their behalf. And that's hence the term proxy. So AJ Investment Group is basically engaging in a proxy war against the management. And what I want to do is I want to buy like $200 worth of Ubisoft stock and then lend them my votes via proxy so that I can contribute even just a little bit to their activist cause to overthrow the company. And you have to, and the thing was, when it comes to proxy wars, I know I'm getting into like financial weeds here, but like a great example of this is when Bob Iger took over Disney, it was via proxy war against then CEO Michael Eisner, and he was forced out by a minority of just 40%. That's all it takes. And right now, this activist group has 10% support. And honestly, it probably has doubled that by the time of this podcast. They're probably sitting at 20% and growing support. If they can get up to like 40-ish%, they can very much find success and actually overthrow the company. That's what this whole article is about, basically. So this is the same thing from a different source, from Reuters, saying that they have a 10% of shareholders in a management tussle and growing rapidly. Or like people owning the means of production. I mean, honestly, yeah, kind of. But the thing is, it's people with direct financial skin in the game. That's what it is. That's what makes it. That's the difference between a shareholder and a stakeholder, right? And then you have, interestingly, company brushes off legitimate criticism as toxic gamer talk and DEI policies have led to brain drain, according to Ubisoft developers. That sounds a lot like Concord, where they put themselves in a bubble of false positivity and then they just dismiss all criticism. I mean, the same thing that's happening to the Concord dev is happening to the this dev team. That does not bode well. And then on top of that, this just happened. 2 days ago, French video game union calls for Ubisoft employees to strike as company teeters on the brink after Star Wars Outlaws failure. So they just put on Assassin's Creed hold to basically crunch out all the bugs and stuff like that they were planning to just patch out afterwards. And now all the people, all the devs that are responsible for doing that work are going to go on strike.
What the fuck do they want? The company to die? Are they stupid? I can't fucking pay you if the company goes under, you stupid fucking retards. I don't, like, how fucking dumb are you? How fucking stupid? Dude, I have, honestly, I've hit the point where I have no fucking compassion for the fucking devs. How incredibly fucking stupid.
Well, they're French.
How incredibly fucking retarded you have to fucking be to be like, our work has gotten us fucked over, and our work wasn't good enough, and it sucks. Well, they want us to fix it. I don't like finishing my work. I'm gonna go on strike. Fuck you then. Don't get your fucking money. Don't get fucking paid. You don't deserve your fucking job. Go fucking die under a bridge.
I am clipping that. But yeah, that's what's happening. It's that the union shared its demands from Ubisoft. It wants a formal agreement on remote work, because the thing that triggered this was a required back to office, like in-office work for like at least 3 out of the 5 days of the week. So agreement on remote work with a due process of real negotiation between management and unions, not an arbitrary decision taken several months in advance. One which guarantees that each person can freely choose its number of remote days and when they are in the week, as well as being typo guys, come on, counted by the month and not by the week. Second, the union demands an immediate increase in all salaries to compensate for the drop in our living standards in recent years. Have you seen their stock prices? Their stock prices are like non-existent. That's why I can afford to blow $200 on them. The restoration of the profit sharing at a 60% objective, the end of gender pay gap, to the bringing up this shit, and a higher increase in low salaries. And finally, it wants Ubisoft to listen to employees' opinions by the implementation of a social dialogue worthy of the name. Management seems indeed to confuse monologue with dialogue. This call for a strike comes the day after Ubisoft announced it was delaying Assassin's Creed Shadows and significantly reduced its net bookings outlook for the second quarter by 30%, down from 500 to between 350 to 370. It also, I think I covered that last time. It always lowers its yearly net bookings expectations to 1.95 billion and revealed that it expects around break-even non-IFRS operating income and free cash flow. See, that's the thing. They're desperate for break-even from Assassin's Creed Shadows. I just. Oh my god! Like,
Easy solution to break even. Hire fucking. Hear me out. Just fucking fire everyone.
well, the thing is they need the team to crunch out all the bugs on Assassin's Creed Shadows because the future of the company, like you have to remember, like X Defiant, they admitted is like basically dying. They're basically abandoning that game and the support of that game. Star Wars Outlaws failed. Fucking Avatar underperforms. Watch Dogs is a dead IP. Assassin's Creed is all they've got. If Assassin's Creed fails, they're done. And they have to have people around to fix all the bugs. I mean, I'm sorry, but like
These people are clearly fucking useless.
everybody is fucking cooked. Everybody is cooked. Everybody is cooked. And I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it right now, Assassin's Creed is going to significantly underperform. They're going to be in the red, and they're going to be forced to do massive restructuring and consolidation. You're going to see the vast majority of all of the global satellite offices close, and you're going to see everything. You're going to see everything solidify in like Quebec, essentially, because you have to remember that like like Ubisoft has got like this incredible like employment bloat. Like they have like 37 something thousand employees, which is like way more than even like Activision and shit like that. Like their employee roster is insane, and a large part of that is because they have so many fucking offices, like brick and mortar offices around the world, because every brick and mortar office requires a fucking team of janitors and office management people and HR cunts and all, basically, and they're redundant across every fucking office. So they have this insane administrative bloat across the company in middle management and shit. Like, and not to mention the overhead of maintaining the building. If they're leasing it, they gotta pay rent. All of this shit. Like, you're gonna see mass consolidation of this company. You're gonna see the leadership ousted. It's gonna be fucking wild. And honestly, here's the crazy thing, I think. I think that Ubisoft actually has, strangely, it actually has a chance to be the first AAA company in the West to turn things around and actually start competing again with the global market.
I think you're right.
If they're forced to do all this restructuring, the only way they're going to be able to survive is to actually produce the games that people are running towards right now. And can you imagine, what if Ubisoft announced, you know what, fuck all this shit, we're really good at open world games. You know what we're going to do? We're going to make a really awesome open world game where you basically get to recruit big titty, sexy waifus with guns and swords and magic, and you're just going to go around with jiggling ass and tits and sexy armor and shit, killing all kinds of monsters and robots. You know what I mean? Like, that, dude,
I'm in.
do you know how much that would sell? That would sell so fucking much, and it would BTFO the whole Western AAA games market. You know what I mean? Like, Ubisoft actually has, from these failures, everybody's got a phoenix rising for the ashes opportunity. You know what I mean?
The phoenix titties.
The phoenix with titties and a big old booty. I mean, it's there. The opportunity is there. I don't think they'll take it because I don't think they're too ideologically captured. But
yeah,
it's the first. I think it'll be the first studio that has chance. So we shall see. We shall see. It's getting kind of late, so I'm gonna skip the sweet baby garbage. I want to. Here's the thing. Do you want to talk at all about the Nintendo Palworld lawsuit? I know that we've gotten kind of.
I'm curious.
You're curious? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not like looked into like at all. I just know that it was happening.
Yeah. So okay, we can. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty details of it. I have, but for the sake
I know
of
that Japan is entirely for Nintendo on this.
Can you help me buy some stock if they do that? I can't buy stock on your behalf. Sorry, that's literally illegal.
Yeah.
Like, you got to get a brokerage account, and brokerage accounts are very, 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 very secure. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so we all know that there is, like, this lawsuit, and it kind of, like, came and went. I think that the drama with Concord and Assassin's Creed kind of drowned out this lawsuit. But this lawsuit, I think, is actually kind of, like, potentially industry shaking. So they announced this lawsuit against Palworld. Now, let's see. Do I have an art? I thought I had. Okay, I don't have the initial announcement brought up. I should have, but I don't. But I could kind of give it to you anyway. Nintendo filed this very short statement saying that they were suing Palworld over patent infringement. Okay, and they didn't say, like, what patents or anything. And the key, the most interesting thing about it is specifically patents. So not IP, not copyright, patent. So they're not going after the character designs. Okay, they're going after game mechanics, specific game mechanics within Palworld. So there was this attorney who narrowed it down about what the infringement they could possibly be suing over. So look at let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and just read this. But the list of likely candidates, because they've got, like, hundreds. I mean, Nintendo has, like, honestly, like, the country of Japan alone has, like, half of all the patents in the gaming space. It's kind of crazy because Japan's patent law is really fucked up. Okay, so the other big thing is, after the announcement, Pocket Pair still wasn't aware of what patents they infringed upon. Okay, so let me read this. But the list of likely candidates isn't particularly long, according to Japan-based patent attorney Kiyoshi Kudahara. In a recent interview with Yahoo News, Kudahara opined that, given how the lawsuit was jointly filed by Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, the patents at the center of the case are plausibly owned by both parties. Based on this reasoning, the attorney narrowed down the list of possibilities to 28 patents. So there's only of the list that Nintendo has and the list that the Pokemon Company has, there are 28 that are joint owned patents between those two entities. Looking at the remaining group, Kudahara highlighted Japanese patent number whatever the fuck, which appears to be primarily centered on creature catching mechanics. This patent was first submitted in late July 2024 and granted the following month, after Nintendo and the Pokemon Company asked for an accelerated review process as part of a slightly more comprehensive patent family that describes the process of aiming a capture item at a character and releasing it using two inputs, an analog stick and a button press. So they purposefully, this is, like, the big problem with patent law, is that patents are way too vague and far-reaching, and that, because of that, it basically causes a chilling effect on other developers that are designing systems that, like, might kind of be interpreted as a similar kind of thing. And these patent lawyers are specifically trained and get really good at making patent descriptions as broad-reaching as possible, so that they can basically maximize their potential of patent lawsuits against other companies. They use vagueness and broad-reaching terms. Like, notice how they say a capture item. They don't say a capture sphere. You know, they don't say they don't. It's just items, so it can be literally anything. So, like, Palworld can't change the capture sphere, the Pokeball equivalent, to a cube and be okay, because the patent is worded item, so it could be anything. And it says using two inputs, an analog stick and a button press. So this is like the classic, you aim, you hold down a button to aim, and then, to start the aiming process, that you move the stick around, and then you release and it throws, right? That's what they're patenting.
So, by that logic, fishing games are fucking over this patent.
That's the problem. Is that where does the line get drawn? At what point does something become so ubiquitous that you can no longer file lawsuits
Any
about
game
it?
that has a game, like any game where you can throw a net to catch something, you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's just item. I mean, literally,
The word item, yeah.
they basically
A fishing rod is an item.
patented hunting. You know, which
Yeah.
is fucking insane. That's absolutely fucking insane. And a great example of the abuse of the system is the Nemesis system from Shadows of Mordor. So Warner Brothers patent. Do you remember that system at all?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
fucking.
it's awesome.
It's such a. It was one of the coolest mechanics I have ever seen in a game.
Yeah.
And you notice how no one else has used it or built upon it. Why is that? Because Warner Brothers patented that system and then shuttered the studio. So we're stuck for like 7 years before that patent runs out, and people can actually use a system like that again, which fucking sucks because that system was so cool. So like Kirahara described this as a killer patent that covers a wide variety of use cases. It seems like it would be hard to avoid if you want to make a Pokemon-like game, and it's easy to infringe if you're not careful. In a statement provided to Game Rant, veteran patent analyst Florian Mueller said that patent number bleh being central to Nintendo's lawsuit against Pocket Pair is a plausible theory. The request for an expedited review of patent number bleh also facilitated the approval of 3 other patents from Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, bleh, blue, and blee. Kirahara noted that amending an existing patent for specific litigation purposes is an established industry practice. So, a competitor comes out with a variation of a system that they created, and then they come in and they retroactively alter the patent to cover that specific mechanic, and then they use that to sue them. How fucked up is that? 2 of those 3 divisional patents elaborate on some additional specifics of creature capture, while the remaining one describes a system for writing creatures, which is something that's also possible to do in Palworld. Yeah, so this writing creature one is another one, and that's the idea where like you can ride a Pokemon, and like that Pokemon can convert from like an aerial transportation mode to like a ground transportation mode. That's the patent. So if you're on a creature that can fly as well as run, you have run afoul of that patent. How fucked is that?
Rest in peace, fucking Ark Survival.
Ark how many games have literally any game with a fucking World of Warcraft has flying mounts that you can run on the ground with?
Oh, dude, yeah, like every single fucking MMO is fucked.
Griffins and Hogwarts. Thank
All
you,
of them.
Umbra. Yeah, it's fucking insane. I'm sorry, but if this goes, and this is what's so fucking scary about this, is that Nintendo literally has a 100% success rate in lawsuits that they initiate. This is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, the fucking like precedent from that.
Now, this guy
Not great.
doesn't think that it actually has a lot of impact. So he's arguing that veteran patent and let me just read it. Philly Miller told Game Rant that he doesn't expect the game case to have international consequences. Yeah, because that's the other key thing, is that this is being all these companies, Nintendo, the Pokemon Company, and Pocket Pair are all based out of Japan. So this is all happening exclusively under Japanese patent law.
Yeah.
Right? So at least
In the U.S., I imagine like those like.
But even
someone
so,
would.
but even so,
A court would look at that law and say that is abusive, and then just throw it out.
exactly. Now,
You know.
the same
But
kind
in
of
Japan,
well,
yeah.
you have to remember that I just brought up the Nemesis system. You know, that was that was an American thing. You know, it's the same problems are.
But it's also like a very specific thing, though.
It is. It's much more specific, and this is the thing. It's like American patent law does have the same problems, but they're nowhere near as bad as they are in Japan.
Yeah.
So that's basically his argument, is that because it's happening in Japan specifically. But I'm sorry, but like, what about all the Japanese developers that want to try to innovate on stuff? You know, like,
Yeah.
are they going to be terrified of like Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, who can do whatever they fuck they want in that country, of just running over them and just killing their games? Because this is what scares me about Palworld. It's like, when this thing goes to court, what's to stop the Pokemon Company from getting granted a preliminary injunction, which would basically an injunction would basically force Palworld to cease operations until the case was resolved. So they force an injunction, shut down the game, and then keep them locked up in the courts for years and years and years, and drain their funds. Because Nintendo has unlimited funds in comparison to Pocket Pair. They can just keep them locked up in the courts until they go bankrupt. So they get the game shut down. They get the game shut down, and then they get bankrupted in the courts. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I also saw this. So there was Force Gaming did a video about it, and there was a guy.
Oh, my Nintendo look bad. Nintendo already looks bad. It's just, here's the thing: the people that play Nintendo games are A, children, they don't care, and B, women, they're fucking retarded.
And not only that, but if you know what's going on in Japan in regards to this case, the Japanese are largely in favor of Nintendo and Pokemon over Palworld.
Yep.
They actually want Nintendo to win in this case. So it won't let Nintendo Nintendo look bad in Japan. They want this to happen. I don't know fucking why. It's obviously it's like a cultural, philosophical difference between our two cultures. But I also saw this. This was a comment that was left in a Force Gaming's video about it that I screenshotted because I thought it was interesting. So this is like a veteran in IP and patent law. Okay, and he's like prosecuted patent application shit. So this, according to what he's claiming, I'm just gonna assume that what he's saying is true about himself and his expertise. So that's the assumption going into this. So he says the main patent in the suit, Japanese patent bleh, was filed on December 22nd, 2021. The Japan-based priority on filing date. So Japanese whatever the fuck also has December 22nd, 2021 as its priority date. Other patents in the suit, blah and blue, come to mind are continuations of children. So that whole thing, because there's this whole thing about like they filed a patent after Palworld came out. That's not really true because those filings were for renewals of an original patent, not for a brand new patent. So basically, they all claim priority back to the parent. So he's talking about children patent renewals that are under a parent patent. So they all too have a priority date of December 22nd, 2021. So he's basically saying here that legally, the patents that are being used were filed before Palworld released. That's what he's saying. And they said, now, if you review the patents, they are directed toward the new systems, an entire engine, really, but that's the capture system. Battling and capturing introduced in Pokemon Legends Arceus, and implemented in subsequently released mainline Pokemon games such as Scarlet and Violet. Basically, the throwing of a Pokeball, capturing of a Pokemon, battling normal Pokemon, battling boss Pokemon, and sending out / recalling a Pokemon in a 3D space. So that was like that whole like using a joystick and a button press to launch, an object in a virtual space. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. As some examples, Bleh has claims directing towards / provides technical specifications on increasing capture rate / capture. So this is like statistics on like when the ball hits the animal, like it takes in calculations on like the strength of the animal, the distance, the accuracy, and it runs it through an algorithm to figure out if you're gonna, what the gotcha rate is basically, right? It's just an RNG parameter calculator. I'm gonna skip the rest of this. But it says, Palworld released over 2 years after the priority date of the Japanese parent, just under 2 years after the release of PLA, and approximately 14 months after the release of Scarlet and Violet. I have to be honest, it sure seems like Palworld implements a lot of these systems, and I can't help but find it funny how there was conversation around how blatantly and obviously Palworld copied Pokemon, but now that Nintendo is defending one of its main IPs, one of the most successful IPs in history, people are up in arms. He's got a point there.
Yeah.
He's got a point there. Prior art and validity come into play here, as they do with every patent suit. However, prior art landscape seems pretty barren. Even if games older than Pokemon implement similar ideas, it's irrelevant unless they have a patent for it and choose to enforce. And through the magic of computer-readable medium, or CRM, claims and its fairly robust specification, there don't seem to be any glaringly obvious validity issues. So he's basically saying that the lawsuit actually does have legitimacy. That's what he's saying here, and he's being very legal about it, but that's what he's saying. And this is finally to address Force's points that games won't be able to release with patented systems until existing patents expire. This is simply not true. If a similar or even identical system/mechanics-like engine is released with a substantially different technical implementation and or is implemented in a technically superior way, then there is not infringement. Part of the point of requiring complete and thorough disclosures in order to obtain a patent is to promote this kind of iteration and technical improvement throughout the industry. So he's basically saying that legally, despite the breadth of the language of these patents, they actually aren't enforced that way. So he's basically saying that in his experience, the way he prosecutes this shit, because this guy is actually like a patent lawyer in the space, it's not really true how it works. I'm not going to read the rest of this, but the other thing that he goes into is the fact that like you can license patents. So if you want to, like, let's say a company comes along and they want to use something like the Nemesis system, they can buy a license from Warner Brothers for however many millions of dollars to basically use and iterate on that system. So he's basically saying that there are avenues to get around this, and it's not as much of a chilling effect as you might think. So that's all I have on this thing. I just feel like it was initially announced, and a couple people made videos about it, and then it just kind of got lost. So I felt like it might be good to just kind of reiterate like where we are, and where the arguments,
I learned a lot.
What both sides, kind of like both sides of the argument are here. Because I think Nintendo does have a point, but at the same time, it looks it looks like it just looks shitty. You know, it looks petty. I think they might win the legal war, but they're not going to win the PR war on it. You know, so there's like that's kind of the game that's being played here. So we'll see. We'll see.
Implemented it in a technically superior way.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not infringement. Like, yeah, dude, Palworld is fucking superior in every way. Every way.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, here's the thing. Like, I think that part of the reason why people like I get what he's saying, right? Where it's like, yeah, Nintendo defending one of its main IPs and most successful IPs in history. Yeah, that's great. But all their fucking recent games have been shit.
Yeah, they have. And not just that, but pedigree.
And so if they can eliminate like competition, then they have no reason to ever improve.
And not just that, but like when you're in a courtroom, your pedigree is irrelevant, or it should be irrelevant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to like get like favorable legal decisions because you're the big boy in the room. You know what I mean? Like that's not how law and justice should be served.
Yeah, I agree.
So, but
it's like I get why they're doing it. I just think it's not just bad for Palworld. I think it's bad for Nintendo for them to not have competition and to just be able to just wipe out competition at a fucking whim in fucking court rather than by making a fucking superior product.
Yeah.
Like no one would fucking buy Palworld if fucking Pokemon games weren't so fucking utterly dog shit.
And if this is the thing, it's like we'll see because you know if they go to court, which I'm sure they will, you know, discovery is going to happen, and what's going to happen in discovery? The source code is going to have to get revealed. That's what's going to have to happen. And if the source code for the Palworld system is different from the source code of the, you know, the Pokemon Arceus system, then Palworld wins. You know, so who knows? I don't know how I could see this falling on either side, honestly. But I heavily like my personal bias is I'm with you and everybody else in chat. I want Palworld to fucking wipe the floor with them.
Yeah,
that's what I want to happen.
I fucking hate Nintendo.
I do too.
I've hated Nintendo for a long time. I never hated Nintendo, so I started working at GameStop. And like, just how absolutely fucking scummy they are, just kind of like bubbled to the surface.
Dr. Frederick says the only core similarity is the PAL spheres. Otherwise, the parallels appear superficial. Or I can't see how Palworld infringes when Digimon did it. Well, that's the thing. Like, it's not the infringement that they're claiming isn't on design of like the creatures and stuff like that. It's purely on like game mechanics and systems. So it's not, unless that's what you're talking about. I don't know what I don't know anything about Digimon, so I don't know. Does Digimon use a similar capture system that Pokemon does? I don't know. Because if it does, then that's an argument in Palworld's favor. Because Palworld can turn to Digimon and say Digimon has like, you could have sued Digimon. You have grounds to sue Digimon for the same reasons, and yet you didn't, which makes you look malicious towards us because we're eating your lunch. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I have no clue about how Digimon works. Digimon is much more similar mechanically in how its combat works. Fixed moves, turn-based combat, etc. Well, that's not how Palworld does it, though. But I guess at the time when Pokemon came up, Digimon, yeah, it would have been like turn-based creature combat. So, I don't know. I mean, but that's the thing, though. It's like that kind of shit. Like, Palworld needs to start making those building. I'm sure that they're building those kinds of arguments. You know, Palworld, they have a legal team that they unfortunately have to like pour a bunch of development money into now, which sucks. But I'm sure that their legal team is is aware of those kinds of arguments that they're building. They have to be. But the thing is, Umber says that that's not the patent. Has a real-time combat, which is, as far as I understand, no Pokemon game does. What? But it's not the combat itself. It's the throwing. It's the capture mechanic. It's throwing an object that then captures a creature. It's not the combat. So, it's the capture mechanic. It's the hunting mechanic. That's the patent at play here. It has nothing to do with the combat itself. That happens after the capture and release mechanic. It's the PAL spheres, purely that. Yes, exactly. That's what it is. It's specifically the mechanic of the PAL spheres. So, anyway, all I have left are some quick little rapid fire ones, little bullet points to kind of end the night.
Okay, sorry, I've been muted because I was like joking.
Oh, Suicide Squad has season 3 coming out in October.
Yay!
And this is
Suicide Watch is back, baby.
And this is their gender swapped Zoe Lawton, the daughter of Floyd Lawton, aka Deadshot, which looks suspiciously like this bitch from Concord. They got the glasses.
I don't know, man.
They got the afro.
A black woman with a black. I don't know, man.
It's the glasses.
I think you're being racist right now.
It's the glasses.
I think it's just the glasses giving you the vibe, you know.
It totally is.
But
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm getting the same vibes, man.
It's the glasses and like the purple theme. But like, what the fuck is it with black people and purple? We gotta get jazz on this question.
This looks better.
Purple lightning specifically.
This right here, though, this looks better than this.
Oh yeah, by a mile.
But yeah, they're still gender swapping, race swapping. They're still going.
Wait, so it's a gender. Wait, hold on. So it's a gender swap of who?
Zoe Lawton. Or it's Deadshot's daughter, which I guess it's not a gender swap, but I think it's a race swap because they race swapped Lawton, and thus the daughter is also race swapped. I think that's what it is.
Wait, what? Is his daughter white?
Well, he's white originally.
Oh, I just assumed.
So therefore, his daughter is white. So they race swapped him to black. So therefore, his daughter must also be black. So
fair enough.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, I'm sure people are going to be excited to play as Zoe Lawton because, like, you know, you ask the average person who Zoe Lawton is, they're just going to stare at you blankly. So,
Suicide Squad's got a current. Wow, they got 200 players.
Yeah, I know.
Wow. Wow, look at them.
Bet they can't wait. Umbra says purple is a color of royalty, and it is used often by hip-hop artists.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Does Jazz thinks that he's royalty? Is Jazz a Kang? I'll have to ask him.
Yeah, well, he's not king of the Kangs. By his own description, he is king of the Kongs.
Damn.
Yeah, no, we were fucking playing the Elden Ring DLC, and I can't remember how we came into the joke of we was Kangs, and I was like, Jez, you're the king of the Kangs, and he turned around and he was like, no, Roza, I'm king of the Kongs, and I fucking died.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Kudos to Jazz for that one.
I fucking died, dude.
Dr. Frederick asks, isn't the whole point of Deadshot that Slade doesn't want his, what's Floyd? Doesn't want. You're thinking of Dead... Wait, what's, You're thinking of Deathstroke. Slade is Deathstroke. Deadshot is Floyd Lawton. So...
Yeah. Deathstroke is Slade Wilson.
Yeah,
not
Slade...
to be confused with Wade Wilson.
Right. So... another one. Final Fantasy character designer Tetsuya Nomura says video game characters should be attractive. Fucking here comes the mob. Be ready.
Real.
Yeah. Let's see here. So Nomura is renowned for his work both illustrating and directing such classic Square titles as the original Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X, and the Kingdom Hearts series. So he basically created Tifa and Aerith and that whole, golden era. The reason I make my protagonist good looking is that in high school, a classmate of mine was playing a game, and the protagonist wasn't very good looking, he recalled. My friend said, why does he have to be ugly in the game world too? Damn. At least he's... And that really made an impression on me. For that experience, I thought, I want to be cool in the game. And that's how I designed my protagonists. Fucking based. And that's the thing. That's what the vast majority of people do gaming for, is to escape into into a reality in which they can embody characters that are aspiring or inspiring to them. And it's you can't be inspired by yourself. You need something external that's better.
Man, speak for yourself, dude. I'm the best. I'm inspired by myself all the time.
Says the...
What's that? I'm falling by the wayside. I'm in a tough time. I just gotta remember back when I was good.
Roza,
and then I gotta, aspire to be me, but good again.
Fucking DEI narcissist Roza arc.
I'm the best, alright? I wanna be like me when I was better.
He also acknowledged that...
Bad day? Just gotta remember, I'm the best. Gotta go back to being the best. Sorry, I'm spiraling.
I was gonna say, what's happening right now? I don't know.
I'm gonna keep going.
He also acknowledged, when you get into when you get into your Cholo voice, you can just go on and on and on with it.
Yeah, that wasn't even the Cholo voice.
I know it wasn't, but it's similar.
But it can be, bro.
Oh god,
dude, I think I'm the best, man. I think I think if I'm having a bad day, I just gotta remember the day before when I was the best in the world, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, that's me, and then I get inspired again by myself. I'm so cool. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody
bro?
better than me, Holmes.
Ain't nobody do it like I do, Holmes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm tired.
We're almost done. In my opinion, the protagonist cannot be too adventurous in terms of design and setting, said Nomura. If he does something too eccentric, he becomes too edgy and is no longer a character that you can empathize with. I actually like characters with strong quirks, so I let the enemy characters go on adventures that the protagonist cannot. And then it's obviously it's going to be contrasted with Concord. They made $0 since everyone was refunded. Ugly characters, horrible gameplay. This is the thing. It wasn't horrible gameplay. It was just very standard gameplay. There wasn't really anything innovative about the gameplay. Uninspired game design, that's accurate. ugly AI, ugly maps, unenjoyable experience. Yeah. So yeah, good to see that there's still a few people in Japan that are not going with the uglification trend. In other news, Tokyo Game Show just happened, and Dustborn was there. Because that's the thing that Japanese people are interested in is angry black women. Yeah, you can see here by the empty chairs and empty everything, and the poor white guy who's been tasked with watching over the booth. That no, the Japanese are not interested in judgmental, angry black women staring at them as they play their shitty game. Oh my gosh. I bet, yeah, it's like, this is just embarrassing. By the way, look at the quality, or the lack thereof, of this booth. Meanwhile, at the same show, Nikke was there, and they
God damn, baby!
Nikke brought back booth babes in cosplay
Let's fucking go!
as all the Nikke characters. So Nikke was there. Look at Nikke's booth. Look at this shit.
Yeah! That's fucking awesome!
Fucking, they turned the fucking booth babes into like live action gacha with a light. Oh my god, it's window shopping for actual IRL anime waifus. Like, this is what Korea is giving us. This is what the West is giving us. Which way? Not Western man, like any man, any person. Which way? You know, like this is.
Booth babes were never my thing.
What's a
yeah, I've never been particularly into booth babes, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The whole like yes, let's completely change like the new standard. Let's lower the fucking standard. Let's make everything shit and sucky and ugly, right? So that we can love all these mediocre women, right? I'm sorry, but like when that's what you're used to, you get this. It's like, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe booth babes are fine. Fuck it. Who cares? You know what? I'm misogynist now. I want this.
Well, the thing is, it's like these women want this too. That's always been like the missing equation, is that like they erase these women's opinions about booth babes, and then claim to be like doing it on, you know, for women, to promote like women not being sexualized as objects and stuff like that. It's like, no, like
you're doing it for uggos.
Like they want
because you're ugly as fuck. No one likes you and you're a bitch.
Yeah.
And you can't compete. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
that's all it is. Learn to compete, bitch.
These are basically what they did. These are like professional cosplayers, because I'm sorry, but the cosplay scene in Japan and Asia in general is like 1,000,000 times better and sexier and more awesome than it is here in America. You know, and they basically approach these cosplayers and say, "Hey, do you want to like? We'll pay you, and you can basically showcase our booth, you know, for our booth in costume as our characters at Tokyo Game Show." You know, of course they're gonna say yes to that.
Yeah, they already like cosplaying. They already do it.
Yeah.
I get to get paid big monies to do it.
I get to pay
by a company of the game that I like.
Yeah, exactly. The game that I like so much that I spent the time and effort to make these sexy costumes that I want to display myself in. Literally, like window shopping. Like,
I don't think you guys understand. Women like being looked at.
So,
like, hold on. In a positive way.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta be very, very specific. Alright, gotta be very, very specific. It does obviously depend, right? They don't want to be looked at by everybody, right? But, like, you know, when someone's putting in the effort to look like that, they're not just doing it for no reason, right?
Feminist Peter Dinklage booth babes.
You're like, hey, look at this thing that I put all this effort into. Look at this thing that, like, you know, that women like being looked at in a positive way, also not by creeps. You'd be surprised. Some women are special.
Mm-hmm.
Special needs. But as I'm saying, like, you don't just put the effort to dress like that. Just like, oh yeah, just do it for me. It's like, no, you dress like that because you want to go to, like, you want to go to one of these events. You want to show it off. You want to hang out with other people that are also dressing up, that also like dressing up like you, right? It's a thing that you share with other people.
Yeah.
You know, At the end of the day, like, humans are social creatures. A lot of these things that we do because we like sharing it.
Well, that's the thing. It's
You
like
know?
it's not. It's like women like attention. It's that normal people like giving each other attention. You know?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, and that's the thing. It's just like you see this. This is just so embarrassing. This is absolutely
I
embarrassing.
hate the human mating instinct, Luma.
This fucking poor bespectacled white guy who's just being forced to stand there and watch over the booth. Like, this guy must be fucking so embarrassed.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just a sense. This is such a great encapsulation of the
If I was him, I would sit in that chair all the way on the right and just lean back and just be on my phone the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, this will end eventually.
100%, facing the wall. But it's
That
like,
guy's getting paid, man. That is true. He is getting paid.
it's just, you know,
Actually, he might not be. Now I think about it.
I don't know. He might have volunteered. Who knows? But
Yeah.
it's just like, but these two things, you know, this versus this is such a perfect little like micro encapsulation of like the quality and the
Those
priorities.
YouTubers on the left.
Yes, they are. I was wondering if you were going to recognize that. But it's like the quality and the priorities coming
Either
out
are they?
of the West versus the East. I think they are. They sure look like it. I don't know.
I mean, like the posing, right? Like all them, like
Yeah.
posing straight, looking forward.
Like this
Like,
this right here, that's a VTuber pose. The girl
Yeah.
in the red. But
classic default pose.
But yeah, it's just, you know, the West produces angry, ugly, unlikable characters on the cheap, and the East goes all out, giving gamers what we want, and more, even more than that. Like, they did not have to go this fucking hard. You know, they didn't, but they did because they give a shit. And their priorities are in the right place. So, that's kind of where I wanted to end it today, guys. A guy saying it's 6 feet away. I have nothing else for the night. I think we actually did it in pretty good time, actually, considering catching up for 2 weeks worth of stuff. So,
Yeah.
any closing words, comments?
Can't think of anything.
Chicken butt.
Do not forget to go fuck yourselves. Bye, chat.
Oh man. Well, be sure to like and subscribe, chat, and you can find all of our Twitter and YouTube handles in the description, as well as the banner to this channel. Roza is streaming every day. You can check her channel out for that schedule. You can also join us at the Discord at the Close Collective, also linked below. Roza is just in the collective. I'm in the collective, but I also have my own personal Discord. Doesn't get used that much these days, but that's okay. And you can also follow us on Twitter. Roza you are at Roza_Kotal, COATL.
Yep.
And I am at Wander Helmsman. Look forward to seeing you all there. I stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 o'clock for gaming streams. And of course, this show every Saturday at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope to see you at all of our streams. And
all of them. You can't miss one.
Every single one, every single minute at
Not
all
allowed.
times.
I mean all of them. Yeah, all times, which means you gotta have multiple tabs open.
I mean, that's what I do. I literally do that.
Big brain. That's the way.
So, anyway, I hope y'all stop on by on our next streams. Join the collective. We have a lot of fun in there. We got some fun October joint collective streams coming up. That'll be a lot of fun, and I hope to see y'all all on the next one. The watch is yours, chat. Take care.